So I'll call the meeting to order. Do we want to do a moment of silence and pledge? We'll just do that at the right. So we are going to call the meeting to order in order to go into closed session. So council, do I have a motion to go into closed session?
So moved. Need to clarify for attorney-client privileged communication.
Okay, so we're clarifying for attorney-client privilege. So all those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. We will go into closed session.
Graham, I don't know why I thought about this.
I didn't forget it.
We're on air. We are going to call the meeting to order. Will you join me in a moment of silence?
Close out the
Oh, excuse me. We have to close out our closed session. So do I have a motion to close our, we did not make a decision in closed session, so.
So moved.
So moved. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So now, will you join me in a moment of silence? Okay. Will you join me in the Pledge of Allegiance? Pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, liberty and justice for all.
I would like to welcome everyone here today. We are always happy to have you with us here in the chamber, as well as I welcome those who are watching us live on YouTube, Twitter, and later on Access 16. We follow a written agenda, and copies are available on the table in the front, and also on our website at salisburync.gov/agendas. City Council meetings are broadcast on Access 16, our local government TV station, which is available on Spectrum Channel 16 and Hotwire Channel 394. Meeting airtimes are posted on the station's website, access16.tv. You can also watch current and past city meetings on demand from the city's website, salisburync.gov/videos. I have one change to our agenda. I am going to add to the consent agenda item number D, which is a resolution requesting federal and state action to protect water supply for 52,000 North Carolinians. And of course, they're within the Rowan County area. So do I have a motion from council to make this change?
So moved.
All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries. So at this time, I'm going to ask our city attorney, Graham Coyer, to read this resolution into the record, and before you do, to give some explanation.
Sure.
You wanna read?
Thank you.
Let me go ahead before, well, actually, yes, since we're going to make a decision on that with one consent agenda, I'm going to go through the first three that we don't have a question on first. The council is to consider in the consent agenda, A, adopt minutes of the special meeting of January 30th through the 31st and February 4th, 2020. B, adopt a resolution granting a variance for a circular driveway on Confederate Avenue for 603 Confederate Avenue. And C, adopt a budget ordinance amendment to the FY 2019-2020 budget in the amount of $2,500 to appropriate donations for fire prevention programs. And D is the resolution that I earlier spoke about. So,
Madam Mayor, I would just say for D, we can take that off and we'll take a separate vote on it after explanation, reading the
Okay.
resolution. If you just want to vote on the first three that were already on the consent agenda, I think that would,
and then we'll do yours separately.
yes.
Okay, thank you. So, council, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda A, B, and C?
So moved.
All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Motion carries. And now we will consider D, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Council, tonight I'm asking that you adopt a resolution that's been distributed before you and that I'll read into the record momentarily. It's titled, "A Resolution Requesting Federal and State Action to Protect Water Supply for 52,000 North Carolinians." As you know, the City of Salisbury owns and operates Salisbury Rowan Utilities, which provides water and wastewater services for 52,000 people within Rowan County, including citizens of Salisbury, China Grove, Cleveland, East Spencer, Faith, Granite Quarry, Kannapolis, Landis, Rockwell, and Spencer, along with the unincorporated areas of Rowan County. As part of SRU's activities, it owns and operates the river pump station, which is where the water is taken from the Yadkin River and treated at our water treatment plant and distributed to all of our customers. That facility was built in 1917. The facility predates the High Rock Dam, which was constructed in 1927. The construction of the High Rock Dam, in the opinion of the city and its engineers, has created a sediment delta that increases the flood risks at the river pump station. Consequence of increased flooding at the river pump station is the possibility that the river pump station gets flooded. The electrical equipment that gets the water out of the river is damaged and taken offline, and the 52,000 customers of Salisbury Rowan Utilities are without water. High Rock Dam is owned and operated by Cube Yadkin, or Cube Hydro. They have a license to operate that dam. As part of the relicensing process, the federal government, the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, and the state Department of Environmental Quality has required that Cube submit a plan to upgrade the river pump station, both the river pump station and the road access to the river pump station, which is also subject to flooding. The city and Cube have been in conversation over this for many years. In September of 2018, Cube submitted a plan as part of the relicensing to the federal government, to FERC, the federal agency that's in charge of relicensing. The city disagreed with Cube's plan. The city submitted comments, including that the Cube plan was not well engineered and ignores important requirements of the license, including the ability to access the river pump station by road and flood-proof the river pump station. The city has been waiting on FERC to take action on that since September of 2018. It's now March of 2020. At the beginning of February, the city experienced a significant flood event where the level of the river came within 18 inches of entering the river pump station, potentially taking the river pump station offline. As a result of that, the city, in consultation with its outside environmental counsel in this matter, has asked the city to adopt this resolution requesting action by the state and action by the federal government to implement a well-engineered plan and resolve this issue for us. So the resolution before you that I'm about to read recaptures all of that. Okay. A resolution requesting federal and state action to protect water supply for 52,000 North Carolinians. Whereas the city of Salisbury needs the state of North Carolina and the United States government to require the immediate implementation of flood protection measures they mandated in 2015 and 2016 in order to prevent further disruption and destruction of infrastructure that is essential for the operation of Salisbury's water supply system and prevent additional violations of North Carolina water quality standards. And whereas Salisbury's public water supply system provides potable water and firefighting flows for 52,000 North Carolinians in the Rowan County communities of Salisbury, China Grove, Cleveland, East Spencer, Faith, Granite Quarry, Kannapolis, Landis, Rockwell, and Spencer, along with unincorporated areas of Rowan County. The water supply system's sole source of raw water is Salisbury's pump station that has been withdrawing water at the confluence of the Yadkin River and the South Yadkin River since 1917. And whereas High Rock Dam was built in 1927, about 19.4 miles downstream of the Salisbury pump station, and is part of the Yadkin Hydroelectric Project. Cube Yadkin Generation LLC and Cube Hydro Carolinas LLC own and operate the Yadkin project subject to a federal hydropower license and a North Carolina water quality certification. And whereas High Rock Dam severely disrupts the natural sediment transport function of the Yadkin River, causing a major water pollution problem, namely sedimentation. The sedimentation produces the massive high rock sediment delta that increases the severity and frequency of flooding, damages and imperils critical water supply infrastructure, and causes violations of North Carolina water quality standards. And whereas Cube and Cube's predecessor, Alcoa Power Generating Incorporated, have argued High Rock Dam does not cause the sedimentation and flooding problems that threaten Salisbury's water supply. The argument is contradicted by historical research and scientific and engineering modeling and analyses. Salisbury's commissioned expert studies of the sedimentation and flooding problems, and took the unusual step of asking FERC to obtain independent scientific peer review of the Salisbury Commission studies. FERC did so, concluded the Salisbury Commission studies were reliable, and in 2007 published a final environmental impact statement that confirmed in detail that the High Rock Dam causes the High Rock sediment delta and increases the frequency and severity of flooding at the pump station and pump station access road. And whereas in early February 2020, rain caused Yadkin River flows to increase, the rising water levels flooded the pump station access road and threatened Salisbury's essential water supply pumping equipment with imminent damage or destruction. The city was forced to shut down power to the pump station from about 10 p.m. on February 7, 2020, until about 9 a.m. on February 9, 2020, to prevent the extreme hazards that would have been created if water reaching powered electrical equipment. The water came within 18 inches of entering the pump station equipment room. If there were no high rock sediment delta, the highest water level would have been 10 feet lower. And whereas Cube submitted to FERC on September 18, 2018, a proposed plan to implement some of the required sedimentation and flood protection measures, but the Cube plan is not well engineered and ignores important requirements, including access road relocation or floodproofing. Salisbury provided expert engineer reviews and asked FERC to require implementation of a better engineered, complete plan. FERC has Cube's proposed plan and Salisbury's information under review. And whereas the Yadkin project precluded Salisbury's water supply use of Class WS-IV and Class WS4 critical area waters from about 10 p.m. on February 7, 2020 until about 9 a.m. on February 9, 2020, thereby violating North Carolina water quality standards found at 15A, North Carolina Administrative Code 2B.0211, Section 2, and North Carolina Certification Number 4035, Condition 7. And whereas accumulated sediment has almost completely buried one of Salisbury's two intake structures, and Cube has not removed the accumulated sediment as required by Condition 8 of the North Carolina Certification and Article 401A of the FERC license. And whereas since 2016, both the federal license and the state certification have mandated sedimentation and flood protection measures for the pump station and access road, the measures have not been implemented. And whereas FERC has the authority to require Cube to implement all of the required sedimentation and flood protection measures, DEQ has its own independent authority to enforce the same requirement. And whereas, if the mandated measures had been in place by February 6, 2020, essential water supply equipment would not have been endangered, the water supply pump station would not have been shut down, the access road would not have been impassable, and the water quality standards would not have been violated. More severe floods are inevitable. 52,000 North Carolina citizens need the required sedimentation and flood protections measured to be implemented fully and without further delay. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the Salisbury City Council that the City of Salisbury, North Carolina, urgently requests the assistance of President Donald J. Trump, Governor Roy A. Cooper, Senator Richard Burr, Senator Tom Tillis, Congressman Ted Budd, Congressman Richard Hudson, Federal Energy Regulatory Commission Chairman Neil Chatterjee, Commissioner Richard Glick, and Commissioner Bernard McNamee, and Department of Environmental Quality Secretary Michael S. Regan, in securing the prompt implementation of a well-engineered sedimentation and flood protection plan that meets all of the requirements of North Carolina Water Quality Certification Number 4035, Conditions 8 and 9, and Yadkin Hydroelectric Project, FERC License, Article 401A, adopted this third day of March 2020. And if council has any questions for this, I'm certainly available to answer those. We've also got Randy Tinsley from Brooks Pierce, who's been assisting the city with this project for some time.
Any questions from council?
I would just like to point out for the public that there are aerials, both in 1927 before the dam was built, as well as today. And you can see this if you ever drive right over the bridge, but the river's half the width it was 100 years ago, half. And so when you think of water coming down, it's sort of like, closing off half the interstate and saying, well, traffic will move just as easily. And we know that that's not true. And so that's what's causing this. And what's amazing is if you see photographs of this, there's a sign on the road that goes in. It says one-lane bridge ahead, which is, your typical 12-foot sign or whatever it is. It's totally underwater. You can't even see it. That's how high the water is. They had to navigate there on boats. That's how our city, SRU staff had to do it. So this is a big deal. The fact that we got this far from it being flooded and turning off our water, bad deal. So this is critically important,
Thank you.
not just to us, but to these communities. And I think we also were going to ask the other communities in Rowan County that were listed that received the water from us to join us in this effort.
Yes, we'll be talking to the mayors of each of the other towns to ask their councils to join us in signing this same resolution, because all of their citizens are just as affected by this as our own here in Salisbury. So thank you, David. Any other comments or questions, council? If not, Graham has put this as a motion.
Motion.
So
I make a motion that we adopt a resolution requesting federal and state action to protect our water supply for 52,000 North Carolinians in Rowan County.
do we have any other questions? If not, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Motion carries. So I will be signing this, and then we'll be asking all of our other mayors in all of the towns that are affected to also sign this, including our county commission chair and his commission, because there are unincorporated areas that our system also serves. So thank you, council. So we will move on now. Council to receive public comment. The public comment will begin following the adoption of the consent agenda, and of course we added this resolution. The sign-in sheet is at the table, and it will remain open until the public comment period ends. So if anyone is interested in speaking, I will open the public comment at this time. James White. Good evening.
I live at 430 Last Drive, Fleming Heights apartment, and the reason I came today is to try to get some information on the new apartments going to be up behind Fleming Heights apartment. Can I be able to do that?
Yes, we're going to later have a presentation and then actually have a public comment period on that project, so you would be able to speak after that on that subject.
I can do that.
Is there anything else?
That's all.
Okay, thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
White.
Michael Young.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. For those that don't know me, I'm Michael Young. I'm a Historic Salisbury Foundation trustee, and today I'm wearing that hat. Item 12 on the agenda today pertains to the landmark status for the Grub Sigmund House, a 14,000-acre farm at one time. After reading the Salisbury Post article on Council's discussion, there was obviously some question as to what landmark status is and who or what should qualify for landmark status. So as you deliberate today, please consider this. Generally, a landmark is a building, but it can also be a property or object that has special character or special historical, aesthetic interest, value as part of the development, heritage, or cultural characteristics of the city, the state, or the nation. As such, local historic landmark designation is given because of an exceptional value as demonstrating the heritage of the city of Salisbury, Rowan County, and its meaning to all of our citizens. I say generally a landmark is a building because many landmarks are not. Since our history is defined by more than just buildings, a landmark can be many things that are reflective of history, convey significance, including the building interiors, cemeteries, bridges, and landscapes. They can be objects significant to American history, architecture, archaeology, engineering, and culture. In fact, a landmark does not even need to be in a National Register Historic District. It can be individually listed. Let me use an example. In downtown Selma, Alabama sits the Edmund Pettus Bridge, a rather simple steel structure. Many like it have been deemed obsolete and torn down. But as we all remember, the Edmund Pettus Bridge is the site of Bloody Sunday. The bridge is a landmark. On the other hand, the town of West Bank, Iowa sits a two-room cottage. It is not a remarkable structure. There are many like it, and truthfully, the cottage is pretty plain Jane. But if not for landmark status, it would have been bulldozed for a Taco Bell or a Jiffy Lube, but it was the birthplace of Herbert Hoover. As you deliberate today, please remember we have many fine examples of Victorian Queen Anne homes in Salisbury and Rowan County. Many are considered contributing structures to the National Register Historic Districts in which they are located, but that does not make them landmark worthy. It is the house, who lived in the house, and their contribution to the development, heritage, and cultural characteristics of the city that make it exceptional. And this house is truly exceptional. Thank you.
Thank you.
Karen Lily Bowser.
Hello again. I don't wish to repeat all the things that were discussed at the last council meeting about the Grubb Sigmund Weizsäcker House, but there are some things I would like to qualify. First, I can't stress enough how important it is to keep the individual landmark recognition program in Salisbury. The National Register of Historic Places cannot protect properties, but you can. With regard to the Historic Preservation Commission and the council's desire to recognize the best of the best for landmark designation, all aspects of the property must be considered. The cultural significance of the property has been proven. It was proven by the information that was in the National Register document and also by the information that was in the state document. The Grubb Sigmund Weizsäcker House was built as a farm seat for a 14,000-acre farm. Along with that and it being the oldest house in Milford Hills, it is culturally significant. The large plantation was also the house were a part of what was known as Freehawks Mount Pleasant Plantation. It was later known as McCoy Mill Road, and then later known as McNeely Place, and the family there called it Milford. And I'm sure that you recognize some of those names as being names of streets that come up in Milford Hills. As the centerpiece of the Salisbury Development Company's small estate residential park development, which became Milford Hills, the property is culturally significant. As one of the properties built in Salisbury by Henry Clay Grubb, the property is historically significant. We may not think Mr. Grubb was a very nice man, but in fact, he was very significant culturally to Salisbury. He built the plaza, which of course then was called the Grubb Building, and that building has certainly been financially beneficial to the city of Salisbury. If the council is looking for the best of the best in historical, architectural integrity and significance, you need look no further than the Grubb Sigmund Weizsäcker House. Not only is the house recognized for architectural integrity and significance by the National Register and by the state of North Carolina through its approval of the property as a landmark, as a property worthy of landmark designation, it's also been recognized by the North Carolina Historical Survey of Rowan County on pages 366 and 367. This was a survey that was done for the state of North Carolina, but you may be more familiar with it as John Fort Hood's book. Running out of time here, so I will finish up by saying that the house has also been listed in the Salisbury Renaissance book, which was a scholarly publication that was written by James Brawley. All of these things reinforce the historical, architectural integrity and significance of the house. So please follow your guidelines and designate this house as a Salisbury landmark. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jacqueline Jensen.
Hello, I'm Jacqueline Jensen. I'm Chair of the Historic Preservation Commission of the Town of Spencer. I'm also a board member for Historic Salisbury Foundation. Thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. I wanted to speak this evening to the application for landmark status for the Grubb House. It is extremely important for any and all properties that qualify to be able to take advantage of applying for landmark status. Our history is pivotal to attracting newcomers. One of the top things that attracts tourism and new residents is Salisbury's wealth of historic architecture. Think back to your best memories here, or what made you choose to make this city your home. Salisbury alone has some of the most beautiful and meticulously maintained historic districts. Think of other cities you may visit and how they compare to Salisbury: Charleston, Savannah, St. Augustine, Boston, Williamsburg. What are your favorite things about those places? Where do you go when you visit? I would be willing to bet historic places are a direct or indirect part of your vacation. Finances can be quite complex to manage when renovating historic properties. Tax credits available to landmarks allow owners to offset some of their costs and mindfully execute their project with the utmost care to preserving its history. The tax reduction received is, of course, an unpopular topic concerning collection purposes and profitability for the city. However, this exemption is only available to those who take the time to apply. Obtaining this prestigious status is no easy feat. The paperwork alone is tedious and research-intensive in order to prove the significance of a place. Moreover, by obtaining landmark status, a historic property's protection for the future is solidified. Disinvestment of historic places is common in communities all across the United States, as it is often in the collective interest to build new. Losing historic inventory will change a community drastically and negatively. In this particular application for landmark status, the Grubb House's physical location is outside of any formally registered city historic district. It is arguably even more important to protect such places in rural settings, considering they may be an extremely pivotal structure to the neighborhood or area that they are located. Citizens recognize that it is your job alone as our city council men and women to deal with the checks and balances that keep our community running smoothly. I would implore that you look to the importance of our continued growth as a city and correlate that to what makes Salisbury unique. Our quality of place is a key factor in where people choose to live and open businesses. The dreams of our future are built on the history of our past. Thank you very much.
Good line.
Alfred Wilson.
Thank you. And I'd like to thank Mayor and City Council for you taking the time to serve our community and the effort. At this level of government, it really is an act of service. I came to speak, well, partly as a member of the Rowan Landmarks Commission and as a citizen, of our community. I had not read the history of the Grubb House until the subject came up, and then I looked it up online. You can go on to the National Register website, and you can look up the nomination. It was written by David Ford Hood, and if you haven't read it, it is an exceptional nomination. David does probably the best job of anyone in the state of North Carolina. There were some that came before you that decided that we should, as a community, look for ways to improve our sense of place, the things that we do to improve the quality of our community and give ourselves that unique identity, history being one of those. Now, there's different ways to preserve history and look at history. It's done on a national level, on a state level, and here on a community level. And so much of what our infrastructure is owned by people that can really do what they want to with it. It's in private hands and really out of the community's control other than what laws and regulations are in place. And so what we've done collectively is gotten some tools. And one of those are incentives that come along with the historic landmarks designation. And it's a tool for all of us to say, this is important. We would like to see this preserved as a landmark, as part of the fabric of our community that identifies the path of how we got here from the past. And we collectively have decided that's important. Now, that changes from time to time. The state has decided that, tax credits aren't as important as they once were. However, federal tax credits are still in place. And locally, we have the landmarks designation. I see it more of a question of should we, keep this tool in our tool belt to help, improve our community and designate those places we would like to keep and provide incentives for people to maintain and keep them. It's kind of, gives us that leverage to do that. And I would say let's keep that tool in the tool belt and move forward. Thank you.
There's no one else. Hey, anyone else like to speak at the public comment period? We have more. We'll just need to sign in so we have a record. It's right there, and then please come speak.
I'm Ed Clement, and I'm pleased to be here. I do want to thank you for what you've done. I want to thank the city councils going back many years who saw the opportunity to really set this town apart and make it special. Over the years, I guess 40 years, the council has done that little by little. The latest thing it did was setting up the landmark ordinance. If you look up the landmark ordinance, it's very interesting. Of course, it is based on the enabling legislation from the state of North Carolina. The state for years has considered history preservation as a major part of the progress of the state. I want to just quote from the general statutes to see the importance of this, and so we can all think how we fit into it. How do we fit into it? Salisbury has a big part of this. But the legislature said, when in the general statutes that set all this up, the historical heritage of our state is one of our most valued and important assets. The conservation and preservation of historic districts and landmarks stabilize and increase property values in their areas and strengthen the overall economy of this state. And they talked about history, culture, architectural history, which is what the statutes are based on. And they talked about promoting education, pleasure, and enrichment of residents of the city. This ordinance, this application is in the public interest, and it's for the common good. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else speak? Okay. Seeing no one, we'll close the public comment, and we will continue with our meeting. So we are at Number 8, council to consider adopting a resolution authorizing the application for a North Carolina Rural Infrastructure Grant in the amount of $110,000 for Powerhouse Recycling. Our presenter will be Scott Shelton of the Rowan Economic Development Commission.
Thank you,
Welcome,
Mayor.
Scott.
Thank you, and thank you, council members, for giving me this opportunity to present a potential grant for Powerhouse Recycling. This is a potential investment of about $4.25 million by the company in the city of Salisbury, and also would lead to the creation of 56 new jobs by the end of 2023. Again, the company is Powerhouse Recycling. They've been a valued employer in our community for over a decade now. I think they started around 2007, 2008. They're growing quickly and currently employ about 150 people at their current location, which is on Ryan Patrick Drive. They're over there near Shatter Shield and Pyrotech, right off of Grace Church Road. Their plans are to add an additional 100,000 square foot space in the back of their current facility. The issue they've run into is that there's a public sewer line owned by the city that runs across the back of their property and in the way, in the path of the proposed expansion. This was put in when the park was put in years ago. It wasn't anything that, that had been anticipated at the time. But in order to accommodate the expansion, the sewer line needs to be moved to the rear of the current property line. And you see there's a map given to us by their engineers. The area in yellow is the current line, and you see the darker outlines of the proposed building, and it's right there in the middle of it. The lines in green are where they hope to move the sewer line to. And because this doesn't result in a significant increase in water and sewer usage, this is something that the company needs to fund per SRU policies. And their engineers have estimated it to be about $135,000 to move this line. EDC is working with the company to pursue a state grant to move it in the amount of about $110,000. If this application is successful, it will be awarded on April 16th at a state committee meeting. Again, the company plans to add 56 new jobs over the next 3 years and invest about $4.25 million in new improvements to their facility and equipment. Most of this would be done by the end of 2021. We don't anticipate any zoning issues with this project either through the city or through the Building Inspections Department with Rowan County. But since this is a public sewer line, the city of Salisbury must be the applicants for the grant on behalf of Powerhouse Recycling. So EDC is asking the council to consider approving a resolution authorizing the submittal of an application for the grant, and also to authorize a $10,000 local cash match for the grant to be used for grant administration. Yesterday, the EDC asked the county commissioners as a show of support for the project to approve their own $10,000 cash grant for the project, and they did. We were very happy to see that. And one thing I wanted to spend a few minutes talking about was the company's property tax situation. Because they're a recycler, they receive a recycling property tax exemption from the state of North Carolina. The state awards it, but the county tax assessor determines the percentage amount. And right now, best we can estimate, it's about a little under 85% of their taxes are abated due to this recycling credit. Now, for the new expansion, they would have to apply all over again for this credit, and they have said they will attempt to do so. And if it is successful, once again, the assessor would determine the percentage. We don't know what it is at this point. So for the sake of the fiscal model you had in your packets, we just use the same percentage of just under 85%. So again, we use the current city tax rate and the estimated exemption rate of 85% for the numbers you have in your packet. And we anticipate, based on that, the city would net about $37,000 over 10 years as part of this expansion project. And again, that number could go up, could go down. We just don't know what that exemption will be. So again, in closing, 56 new jobs over 3 years and about $37,000 of new revenue for the city. And we ask that the city council consider applying for this grant on behalf of Powerhouse Recycling.
Any questions from council?
I'm curious, for the 56 new jobs coming in, what would be the pay range on
We've been told by the company to be somewhere between $13 and $14 an hour on average. Out of the 56 new positions, about 46 of those are just folks that would process the materials, break down the electronics, things like that. And about another 10 of them are random employees like sales reps, office type folks, but majority are, assemblers or deassembler, the right word, but those types of jobs. And they would be full-time with benefits.
Any other questions, council?
Go back to the prior slide. That tax rate is our tax rate or the county's tax?
Oh, I'm sorry, that's a typo. Sir, the numbers were based on the 71.96, but yeah.
Audit wanted to make sure we're using the right one, so.
Yeah.
Okay, you did use 71.
96, yes.
Okay.
Is a tax exemption a state? I don't like to use the word imposed, but it's a state legislative matter as opposed to anything that is something we've adopted as a city in prior years, the 85% tax credit, or is that a state?
It's a state law, but the state gives authority to the local tax assessor to determine the percentage. It can be up to 100% if 100% of what they have is used for recycling, be it equipment or the building itself.
You know where the 85% came from?
No, sir, I don't. It's been in place for several years.
Is your expectation that the same 85% or 95% or 75% or some other number be applied across the board of everything that they've got, or just this new portion?
Well, for the new portion, in the conversations we had with the company, they seem to think that all of it would be, used for recycling. But I think that there's probably, to me, my personal opinion, I think that's less likely. I mean, it may be more than 85, maybe less, but I think 100. I'd be surprised if it was 100%.
Is it true that if 100% of the property tax were abated, then your calculations about return on investment would go away?
That's correct, yes, sir.
Back up the slide.
They have to reapply for this, right?
Yes, they would have to apply for the new portion. They've got the abatement for the current property they have, but they'd have to apply.
That remains the same.
That remains the same, yes, ma'am. But the new stuff, they'd have to apply for that, and they would determine the percentage through the tax assessor's office.
And that's a Rowan County tax office
That's correct.
function.
One thing I would point out to council is these funds would not come from the general fund. The SRU fund has funds set aside for economic development projects. We do have sufficient funds to cover this. I'm in favor of 56 new jobs. I just, the idea that you could do it without any repayment mechanism. Is this a high water user by any chance? No?
No, as far as I know, they're not.
Okay.
That kind of necessitated the company having to pay for it. I think if they were a high user, or it was going to result in more water, then SRU may entertain helping them with that. But that's why we were careful to phrase it as just net revenue. But again, as the city manager said, we don't anticipate taxes being used for this.
Is there a way for us to express an opinion about the level of abatement to the assessor, just as a point of courtesy? I mean, these numbers are fine, but if you wipe out the intended benefit, I know it's 37,000, but can we at least let them know we'd like it to not exceed the current level?
Pass that along to the county manager. We have a new tax administrator coming in, if you read the paper yesterday. But it sounds to me, from what I understand of the law, that it's
discretionary, it sounds to me like.
I didn't hear it that it's how much of the property is used in the recycling process. And
formulaic. Okay, if it's formulaic, then it doesn't matter.
There's a calculation based on that.
I got the impression it was discretionary. But
I mean, I don't know what calculations they use, but like if they were to add this building and a small portion of it was an office, I don't think they would make that, include that as part of their calculations. That's where the percentage is.
It's a formula, then there's nothing we can do about it. Okay.
And Scott, just so I'm clear, based off the information that we got in our packets, it says that they're pursuing a grant for the 100,000. Is that right? They're pursuing
110,000.
And that's from that's the grant they're looking for, is what we have in our SRU.
Oh, no,
grant.
The city, on behalf of Powerhouse, would apply for a state grant because you own the infrastructure. Technically, you have to be the applicant for it. but it would be used for the relocation of this sewer line for Powerhouse Recycling.
They
And
pay
also,
for it, but we have to apply for the grant.
Right. So it wouldn't be like we would be giving them that money. We would actually only be doing the $10,000 to apply.
That's correct. All we'd be asking the
Right.
city to do is to pay the $10,000 for the grant administrator. All the other money would come from the state, and we have had conversations with the company to inform them that if the bids do come in over their estimate, they would be responsible for paying the difference.
Right,
And
so
I
then-
assume through the city manager that they would have to maybe pay that difference before the actual grant is awarded. I'm sorry, before the actual job is awarded once it's bid out.
So we're really looking at $10,000.
All we're asking the council is for
Okay.
$10,000 and to apply for the grant on behalf of Powerhouse Recycling.
And the numbers that you gave us currently, the forecasted, like let's say the first year, obviously with the 10,000, it would not be any gain, it would be less, but the following one is 47. Is that based off their current or the new?
That's based on what we were told the new investment would be, the value of the new investment with your current tax rate and also with the current abatement rate they're given for their current property. So it's again, it's an estimation, but
That's not what they've been giving us, that's what you expect.
That's what we expect them to give.
Giving us, what the tax rate,
rate.
they would be, yes, okay.
Exactly.
So we're looking at $10,000 and doing the application.
Right, applying for the
So
grant.
two big different things when people are listening to this, 110 versus 10. So now the county approved the 10,000 one yesterday?
Correct.
So then, just being dumb, why do they need our 10,000 if they just got 10,000 from the county?
Well, because you'd be the applicant for it as the city of Salisbury, then you'd have to retain the grant administrator to make sure all the deadlines and the paperwork is turned in. So in a sense, it'd be your employee, so you'd be funding the grant position. That's where the $10,000 comes in. And we just asked the county commissioners to support the project themselves by approving the cash grant. But yeah, this is a rural infrastructure grant from the state, so that $110,000 is all state money.
Thank you.
So what you're saying is that the city is going to hire a grant, someone to prepare the grant, which is going to cost roughly $20,000, of which the county's paying 10, and we're going to be paying 10.
No, the grant fee is only $10,000. We just asked the county commissioners to match that dollar amount just as a show of support, so that our anticipation is that $10,000 would go to the company to help them with their out-of-pocket expenses for paying for this infrastructure. But the grant administration, it would be $10,000.
And we would hire the grant, or somebody would tell us, this is the grant administrator we want you to use, and we would pay that person. They would prepare the grant.
On these type grants, we typically use the same grant administrator. David Hardigan's had done a number of these for us. We typically use him. As Shelton mentioned, the county's just doing this as a show of good faith. The applicant, the business is paying most of the rest of the expenses, and we think it'll be greater than the grant that they'll receive from the state.
The bottom line on these things is we always want to try and make sure that we understand what the repayment opportunities are. Grants are great things when they return revenue back to the coffers, and I just want to make sure I understood some of the dynamics of what you talked about. I am in favor of this. Anytime we can create new jobs in our community, that there's an economic benefit that results from that. I would like to have had a better opportunity for repayment, but it's a minimal investment. So I think in that regard, it doesn't concern. If it was a much higher multiple, it'd be a different issue. But I am in favor. I would be prepared, unless there's other discussion we need to make a motion.
We have to have a public hearing.
I'm sorry. We'll open it up for public hearing, then I'll be prepared to make a motion.
And then you can prepare a motion. Okay, so at this point, I will open the floor for public comment on this specific project in favor or in opposition at this time. You may come forward. Anybody in favor? Any opposed? Okay, seeing none, we will close the public hearing.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution authorizing the application for a North Carolina Rural Infrastructure Grant in the amount of $110,000 for Powerhouse Recycling.
Okay, we have a motion Any discussion? Not all those in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Moving on to item number 9. Council to consider a land development district map amendment CD-01-2020 to rezone approximately 9.124 acres of a 24.286 acre tract on the southeastern side of Lash Drive from corridor mixed use to corridor mixed use conditional district, to establish a new conditional district overlay with a master plan for a proposed campus-style residential development master plan. The presenters will be Senior Planner Catherine Garner and Kevin Connolly of Connolly Builders and Matt Louder of Triangle Site Design. So, Catherine.
Good evening,
You're
Mayor
first.
and Council. This is CD 01-2020 for Westbrook Trace Apartments. The parcel doesn't have an address, so that's the lengthy description of it, but this is the subject parcel in its entirety at the end of Lash Drive, and the portion that they are requesting the conditional district for will be on this end of the property. But we'll get into the details. So dang, I forgot to change the title on this one again. The request is to go from CMX to CMX and then establish that CD overlay on the one parcel. It would be a subdivision. That entire tract is 24.286 acres to be acquired by Westbrook Trace LP. And then the 9.124 acres would be subdivided off into a separate parcel. And that's the one that they're requesting the CD for. This is the end of Lash Drive. So the applicant would be extending Lash Drive and constructing that cul-de-sac that you see the right-of-way dedicated for. So it's already dedicated. They would just be constructing the road from this point on. This is also a portion of right-of-way that's dedicated but unopened. This is essentially functioning as a driveway for this business here, but this is it off in the distance. So a closer look at it, you can see that they've already sort of cut through and doing their surveying. And then this is Lash Drive looking back up towards Statesville Boulevard. This is the business with the partially open right-of-way that was on the right-hand side, now on the left. And then looking an aerial image, this is sort of a superimposed, drawn-on property lines showing that cul-de-sac at the back, and then the line coming around. This is a railroad right-of-way at the back of the property. Zoning surrounding the site is CMX on two sides, and then general residential across the railroad, and then general residential to the east. But again, the portion to be developed is on the western side of the property, so there would be a significant buffer between the portion to be developed and then the existing residential area on this side. And then again, there's a railroad buffer at the back, so that would also buffer any adjacent residential properties over to this side. This is the site plan showing the entire site and the developed portion. So again, this portion would remain undeveloped at this time, and any future proposals would be required to obtain the appropriate permits at that time. And then this is the smaller, just over 9 acre tract to be developed, showing that the parking area, the 4 residential buildings, and then the community center here at the entrance. They've reserved an area for their stormwater management here at the back, and then this is the railroad buffer at the back with the tracks down here at the rear of the property line. Something to note is that with the extension of Lash Drive, the developer will be responsible for meeting the zoning ordinance and construction standards within the portion of that right-of-way to be extended, which would include sidewalks on this portion. And so that will be reviewed in the construction document phase, which would come after approval. And then the City Engineering Department and Public Works has identified the need for sidewalks along the existing portion of Lash Drive. There's a lot of residential properties out there, and the bus does come down almost all the way down to the end of Lash Drive. And so those two departments are working on a plan to install sidewalks on at least one side of Lash Drive. to accommodate those existing residents and make transportation much safer for pedestrians. This is the illustrative rendering of the site showing the landscaping. They're going to try to use as much of the existing landscaping on the developed portion as they can towards their landscaping credits. And then anything that is required to meet the ordinance would be added, such as parking lot trees, but that the portion to remain undeveloped would remain wooded for now. And so the following, this is a rendering of the elevation of the residential buildings with elevations as shown: building type A, building type B, building type C, and then the community center elevations. The applicants are not requesting any design alternatives as part of this project. They're getting the CD because the ordinance requires that for campus-style development, the CD is obtained, but they're not requesting any design alternatives as part of this proposal. The proposed development is consistent with the Vision 2020 policies. Policy N16 for new neighborhoods should include one or more neighborhood centers or focal points in each neighborhood planning area. There's a community center at the front, and then a central playground area with walking trails, sidewalks, 2 different playgrounds for younger children and older children. Policy N18, as new neighborhoods are developed, a mixture of housing types, sizes, and prices shall be encouraged within the bounds of each neighborhood planning area. This will be a mix of number of bedrooms per unit. And then policy N19, higher density housing projects such as apartment complexes and condominium developments should be located adjoining places of work, shopping, and public transit. Access to higher density housing shall not be through a lower density housing area, and higher density housing may often act as a transitional use between offices or shops and lower density housing. The Planning Board held their courtesy hearing on February 12th. And voted unanimously to recommend approval as proposed with a motion of consistent with the Vision 2020 Comprehensive Plan.
You? Any questions from Catherine? Were they required to do any kind of traffic study because they're on a smaller road and there's obviously going to be quite a bit more traffic?
The need has not been identified by the engineering department. It is 84 units, so it's significantly smaller than the one we looked at last time on Statesville Boulevard. But that has not been brought up at this time.
And the state doesn't have any.
Last Drive's a city street.
City street.
Does public transit go down Last Drive?
It does, almost to the end. So the bus, when I was standing out here, this is basically at the end of Last Drive. The bus came down the road and came through this parking lot and then circled back. I think it's
Laurel Point. They're on the right.
It's within a couple hundred feet of walking distance from the end of their property to this location, so the sidewalk would make it a lot safer for a pedestrian trying to obtain access to the bus.
A lot of complaints about access back to Statesville Boulevard there. Is that on our CIP or anything to put a sidewalk out from there up to Statesville Boulevard?
I've been told that Public Works and Engineering Department is working on getting the funds together, potentially through the pay in lieu program, to construct a sidewalk on at least one side. So it's a need that we recognize and want to make happen.
I think it would be really important for it to coincide with this project. So the current owners would be providing it up to the end of their property, and then we would take over as the city in front of the other.
So they're extending this portion of Last Drive. So it's a small piece and then the bulb of the cul-de-sac. They have a sidewalk on their property, and then as part of extending the right-of-way, the city's construction standards would have sidewalks on both sides of this portion of Last Drive.
I would offer if we can allocate the portion that's on the other side of the street toward the rest of Last Drive, that might be a better use of those funds. There's a way to have them pay in lieu for part instead of having 25 feet of sidewalk on one side of the road. I mean, let's find a way to stretch the dollars as best we can.
And have it all be on one side all the way out.
We did get a lot of feedback in some of the town halls about this particular area not having sidewalk access.
It needs sidewalks. There's some mobility challenged folks that are in the road with their whatever they call it, wheelchairs, I guess. So it's needed here.
That would be really good. And that could just be part of the CD requirements, right? I mean, just to pay in lieu for one half of the circle of the cul-de-sac and take that money and use it to extend on one side so that you had a more continuous sidewalk.
I'm assuming that's possible.
Yeah.
Common sense doesn't always work in this environment, so
That's right.
to be determined later. We probably can have our public hearing while you're thinking about it. Yeah.
The applicants are here tonight, and I think they would like to speak too, so.
Okay. So we'll have them come now and.
Do they want to speak during the public hearing, or they have a presentation?
No, I think that if they have a presentation, they're part of the presentation is the way
I think
it's
they're
listed.
here to address you and answer any questions that you may have for them.
Oh,
I don't know
okay.
if they have a formal presentation.
Oh, okay, okay.
Very good. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and members of council. My name is Kevin Conley. I'm the developer, owner, and general contractor for the development. We are, our main office is in Lexington, South Carolina, but we have, I've got properties in 47 properties in South Carolina and North Carolina together. So we're currently building one in Concord and one in Charlotte. We've got several in the Rock Hill area as well. We have a professional management company that manages all of our properties. And we do an excellent job of screening our residents to make sure we have good neighbors. We want to be a good neighbor. The staff has been excellent to work with here at Salisbury. A word about the cul-de-sac. We thought the cul-de-sac was a great idea. Hopefully we can petition the bus route to come down. It should actually even be easier for the bus to turn around once that cul-de-sac is installed. And regarding the sidewalk, we're happy to work with you any way we can. Agree, utilization of dollars is the best thing. So whatever we need to do, we're happy to work with you on that.
Thank you. We can see how we work through that process. Okay. Would you like to give us any information?
No, actually, we'd just be glad to answer any questions you may have tonight about the project.
Any questions from council or the developers?
Our Vision 20 plan in 18 requires diversity, I think, of 3 items, type, and design and price. What are these 1, 2, and 3 bedrooms?
Yes, sir. We have 1 bedroom, 1 bath, all the way up to 3 bedroom, 2 bath.
And how large are they?
The smallest one is 734 square feet, and the largest one is 1,153 square feet. So we do have a wide variety of, available floor plans, pricing, and the site amenities, are appealing to everyone. We'll have a playground for the smaller kids. We have a playground for the larger or the little bit older kids. Everything's handicap accessible on our site. We'll have a community center there where, in a leasing office that will have a laundry facility incorporated, even though all the units have wash and dry hookups in the units.
And it looked like that it was brick, part of it.
Predominantly brick, yes.
And then up higher it was the siding.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that vinyl or hardy board or?
We typically do hardy, but I'm have to check back on this one, but we typically do hardy, and we like to use, varying elevations and colors to, match the surroundings, and nice, warm, subtle colors, not anything that's shocking.
I like hardy much better.
Yes.
It tends to last and look better.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Connolly, are you going to be purchasing the second half of this parcel, or are you just purchasing the part that's undeveloped in the proposal?
No, we're actually purchasing the whole parcel.
Whole parcel. Okay. The whole parcel, I see some topography lines. Is it suitable for development in the future?
It is.
Okay. Is that something you have intentions to develop in the future?
We don't have any plans, excuse me, we don't have any plans at this time. But like I said, we definitely wanted to cooperate with the city and the requirements as far as the connectivity.
Right. In your opinion, based on the fact that it would have this in the front of it, it would probably be best suited for additional multifamily use?
Well, potentially. I think the piece on the top side, it's a more slender, narrow piece. So that, it depends on how we could lay that out. We attempted to try and move this up to incorporate that piece, but we got some resistance on, crossing over, because that's a sewer line that goes through there, and they didn't want to split the property the project with the two different areas. So that's how we wound up with this design. We in addition to the family type product, we also have a 55 and older community that we do quite often. We have a floor plan that we do for those, and they're very well received as well. They're secure access entry, all under one roof, have exercise facilities inside them, libraries, and so forth. So that might be a great fit for that parcel. Mm-hmm.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
All of which we need. We're now a certified retirement community. You might not have known that.
I did.
We're
On
going
the
to
other-
soon be on the North Carolina site.
Oh, good.
Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt.
No, I interrupted you. I apologize.
You want
I was just confirming they own the other 15 acres there.
Any other comments or questions? Okay. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
We'll now open it up for a public hearing. So, public hearing is open for in support of or in opposition of this project, or any questions. Anybody want to come?
Okay, my name is James Earl White III. I live 430 Last Drive in Salisbury, North Carolina. My question gonna be, can anybody live in the apartment? How many bedrooms you gonna have? And where they gonna be elevators? I know it's on the bus line, I'm already there. And I want to know, we gonna have a laundry room gonna be hooked up, and also I need to know where it's gonna be a community room. Can you be able to sign up for Section 8 houses? Wonder how much is the rent?
Hey, somebody needs to come back up and answer these questions.
I may have to get you to repeat a couple of the questions. So I think one of the questions I think I'd already answered was about, you asked about a community room, correct?
Yes.
Yes, I don't control this. I guess I can control this. So the area up toward the upper end of the property that you can see, that is the where the, there we go. That's the community room
Okay.
there. And it does have community room space. We won't have any, cooking or dining or anything like that in there, but we do have a computer center where the kids can go in and access the internet for after-school activities. Then I think another one of your questions was about the bedrooms and the rents.
How much might be the rent where you taking,
Okay. So the property has a, we use it's called income averaging, and we have the one bedroom, some of the one bedroom units we have set aside for 40% of area median income. We have 7 of those units, and we provide a utility allowance for the resident. So once you take the utility allowance out of the gross rent, the proposed collected rent from the resident on the one bedroom is $355 a month. That goes up to the 3-bedroom, 2-bath at 80% of area median income, which those have a utility allowance of $85 a month, and the proposed collected rent is $1,075. And we've got a wide variety of rents in between there. And I'll just, in the interest of time, I'll run through them quickly. We've got, for the one bedrooms, we have $355, $565, and $775. For the 2 bedrooms, again, at the 40, 60, and 80, are $430, $680, and $935. And then for the 3-bedroom is $490, $785, and $1,075. Okay?
He asked a question about the Section 8 vouchers, but I think maybe with your different rent schedules based on their income, that would essentially do that without the voucher.
Well, they have to be able to afford the unit. So someone can come in, and if they can't, if they have a Section 8 voucher, Section 8 voucher doesn't necessarily always pay all of your rent. A Section 8 voucher could be, you're only supposed to pay 30% of what your income is for housing. So they'll calculate, how much what one of the units are and what your income band is. And we do accept Section 8 vouchers, but they have to go through the same screening criteria as anyone else. So.
Very good. So it's very flexible.
It is.
You addressed the washer dryer. He asked about washer dryers and about elevators.
We do not have elevators. We do have many ground floor units though. And in that income range, we scatter those around the site so that, ground floor, second floor, third floor, to give folks a wide variety of choices. But we do not have elevators, but we do have an ample number of ground floor units to accommodate folks that have accessibility issues.
I think you said you had washer dryer hookup in the units as well as you have a washer dryer.
Correct.
In the.
Yes, as part of our laundry room, or as part of our community room, or community building, there is a laundry area that folks can use. That's kind of a pay-per-use thing. Or if they have their own washer and dryer, every unit, regardless of the size, has a full washer dryer hookup for washers and dryers.
That's fine with me.
Any other questions?
That's all.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate you answering those questions.
Yes, ma'am.
Hey, anyone else to speak at the public hearing? Okay. Don't see anyone, so we're going to close that public hearing, and I'll turn it back to council for any other additional questions now or a motion.
To follow back up on the pay in lieu, I think it's fine to require pay in lieu for this. We can require sidewalks on both sides, and instead of that, we can require pay in lieu, and we can use the funds
To
for the rest of
extend it further up for the clients. I think that's a great idea if you all are willing to consider that. Okay. Any other questions?
Just a couple comments, and then I'll get to a position. I think design looks good. I think what you've got here is probably an improvement of some of the things we've got in Salisbury that fit this particular niche. I am a little bit concerned about the concentration of subsidized housing in this area. I don't know there's anything I can do about that, but I do think that our community is healthier when we have this spread throughout our community as opposed to clustered in small areas. I think at the end of the day, though, there's a need for affordable housing in this community. We did some math earlier today. I had a conversation with somebody in the planning staff. I think about 30% of our units in this category would be right here within this circle. And again, that's why I asked the question about the additional parcel, because that would only exacerbate this. But it is what it is. The parcel's there. We need the housing. I think the design is good. At the end of the day, especially given the fact that there's not opposition, which might have tilted the scales in the other direction, I'm prepared to support what we've got here. I do appreciate the sensitive design. I think this is a very good design relative to building community. There are some developments I've seen that just put a row of, parking and buildings on either side. You've paid attention to detail here, at least in my opinion. And I applaud you for that. You obviously know how to build a community that will be a community as opposed to just a series of buildings. So for what it's worth, in my humble opinion, I think this is good design. The housing is needed, and so I'm going to support it.
Other comment? You said you had done several projects. I think you said you got 47 across North Carolina, South Carolina. Is this your first project in Rowan County?
Any other question? Okay. Anyone want to make a motion?
I'll read this. City Council, excuse me, hereby finds and determines that adoption of an ordinance to rezone two parcels described herein from Carter Mixed Use CMX to Carter Mixed Use CMX District, and establishing a conditional district overlay for the parcel is reasonable and in the public interest. The proposal is fundamentally consistent with the Vision 2020 Comprehensive Policies N16. New development should include a neighborhood center and focal point. Policy N18. A mixture of housing type, sizes, and prices shall be encouraged within the bounds of each neighborhood planning area. And this wasn't on a slide here, Catherine. Policy N19. Access to higher density housing shall not be through a lower density housing area. Therefore, I move to adopt an ordinance amending the land development ordinance and the land development district map of the city of Salisbury, North Carolina, rezoning approximately 9.124 acres of one parcel totaling 24.286 acres from corridor mixed use to corridor mixed use, and apply a conditional district overlay to a portion of the subject parcel, the 9.214 acres, at unnumbered Lash Drive, establishing a conditional district overlay to permit the development of an 84-unit multifamily residential campus-style apartment development.
Hey, we have a motion. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you for your investment in our community.
Thank you for doing this. We need it.
Okay, moving on to item 10, council to hold a public hearing concerning community development goals and priorities for the FY 2020-2024 consolidated plan and for the use of federal FY 2020-2021 community development block grant, CDBG, and home program funds. The presenters will be the planning director, Hannah Jacobson. Thank you. So we'll
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Tonight provides an opportunity for a brief overview of the city's housing and community development programs that are funded through the Federal Community Development Block Grant Program, as well as the Home Investment Partnership Program from HUD. Tonight is also an opportunity to hear from organizations and members of the community about how we want to prioritize the use of these funds in our upcoming 5-year consolidated plan. We receive funding from HUD to provide decent housing, create a suitable living environment, expand economic opportunities, and improve the quality of life, specifically for persons of low and moderate income. I know oftentimes there's a lot of discussion about what does this mean. So these programs are meant to benefit residents below 80% of the area median income. So I've given some examples here. Income limits are based on the Rowan County Metropolitan Statistical Area for the given year, so this is 2019 information. And it varies according to the size of your family. So I've shown the income limits for 80% here. For one-person household, it's $33,450. For a four-person household, it would go up to $47,750. Our CDBG budget varies from year to year depending on the allocation that we receive from the federal government. City of Salisbury receives these funds directly. The home program funds are allocated through the Cabarrus, Iredell, Rowan, and Home Consortium. We do not yet know what our allocation will be for the coming year. Hopefully it'll be on that slightly upward trend that we've been seeing as of late, but it stayed relatively flat. Last year, we received a total of $454,000 to do a number of different things. This is not a lot of money, but we try to stretch it as far as we can. About 54% of that money went to the owner-occupied rehabilitation program. This is managed through the Salisbury Community Development Corporation. We've also funded, or working towards fund, a sidewalk project in the West End neighborhood on Monroe Street. About 10% of that money has gone to supporting different public service agencies that are listed on the screen. We're also still paying off the debt service on the Park Avenue Community Center. And then a portion of it goes to program administration. I would like to call out that for the next budget year, 2021, we are currently accepting applications for those public service providers, and those are due on March 16th on the email, to the email address listed below. In the previous 2014 to 2019 consolidated plan, several neighborhoods were identified as revitalization neighborhoods. These are places that receive priority funding for things like housing and infrastructure projects. They were identified by an analysis that looked at housing condition, median family income, and percentage of individuals living in poverty. And those identified were the West End, Jersey City, Park Avenue, and East End.
Excuse me.
Yes.
Could you tell me the difference between a Tier 1 revitalization area and a Tier 2? I'm sorry for interrupting you, but since we're on that slide.
Sure. It's my understanding that the Tier 1 are the ones that get the most priority. I don't entirely understand that myself. I can look into that and get back to you on that. So that's where we've been. Looking forward, we, as a recipient of the CDBG dollars, we are required to do a number of different things. So every 5 years, we're required to create a consolidated plan. This looks at our housing needs assessment, and it's an opportunity to coordinate with human service organizations and other organizations within the community, and to establish our overarching goals and priorities for the use of these funds. Then every year, we come back with an annual budget and plan outlining the specific objectives and activities. Whenever you're doing the consolidated plan, you kind of lump those two together, so it's just one seamless process. So that's why there's the arrow there next to both of those. Tonight, we're having the public hearing for both of those processes. And then also every year, we come before you for the annual reporting and evaluation. This is called the CAPER, where we review the accomplishments of the past year. We've been working, hosting in coordination with the comprehensive plan in public input sessions, a survey to get a sense of people's priorities. This slide will show you some of those results. So some of the highest ranking things that people have identified as high priorities are the construction of new affordable housing, homeownership assistance programs, additional code enforcement activities, installing public facilities, such as senior citizens or community centers, renovating closed buildings, and funding for public service agencies, and then the demolition and deterioration of vacant and abandoned properties. The survey is still open. It's available online at the link below. And we are looking to collect results through March 20th.
Have you thought of distributing that link via Nixle? Reaches a lot of people, might encourage more people to participate.
Sure, I can
That's kind of a hard thing. That's a mouthful to kind of, if you're watching TV or if it's not going to be in the newspaper, but Nixle, when it snows 3 feet like it used to, years ago, it tells us about those things.
We've switched Nixle. Let Linda chat with the county and see if that's something we can do. There may be an issue with that, but we can certainly look into that.
But a lot of people are signed up for that, and it might increase participation.
Sure. I can discuss with the communications department whether that's the appropriate platform or their social media platforms might be more appropriate for distribution of the link.
I think if we ask, they'll come.
That's great.
To give you a sense of our schedule moving forward, you can see that we're here on March 3rd. The public hearing is tonight. The deadline, as I mentioned, for the survey, we're looking to collect feedback through March 20th. April 7th, I'll skip ahead to that, will be the next time I come before you with a draft of the consolidated plan and the annual action budget. Preceding that by 2 days, we'll open up the public comment period. The public comment period is required to be a 30-day period. We'll return back on May 5th for the final draft presentation and the public hearing before we submit the plan to HUD on May 15th. That's all I have for you. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Hey, any questions from council at this point?
Just had a question. When you're going back to where we spend all that money, like the pie chart there, that Park Avenue debt loan, how much longer before that rolls off?
I believe that expires in 2 years.
Okay, I knew we were getting close on that. So. Okay, and then is the money we get based off of that, or does that mean that goes away and we can use that money, leverage that otherwise?
That's right. We can use that money in other ways.
Great. Okay, thank you.
It's been a while since we've had a report on the owner-occupied rehab project. Perhaps when you come back with final plans or drafts, we could also include a discussion on that, or maybe I would imagine there's some element of that will be part of our plans going forward. So it'd just be good to hear what's in the works.
Great, we can do that.
Probably would be a different agenda item, right? Because it's not connected to this program.
The owner-occupied rehab program is
okay.
Right.
All right.
But there's a lot of other programs.
Other
that the
parts, too.
CDC,
Yes. So I think it'd be good to maybe
could create a fuller picture of all the activities.
I think that would be good to have the owner-occupied that's part of this, but also an owner-occupied renovation with our other programs, because we're starting a bunch.
I asked this question of Chanukah last time, if you could maybe pass it on. A lot of times what happens when we do something in a certain area, it improves housing conditions around it. I don't know if he can capture that, but would love to have some anecdotal evidence that we did a roof on this house or a porch on this house, and 3 other houses in that block, did something similar. I'm looking for, we did something good, but what are the outcomes? So if there's a way to work that into the conversation.
I will pass that on.
Thank you.
So now we will have a public hearing. It's open. So any feedback from the public in regard to Hannah's presentation?
Good evening.
Good evening.
I'm Krista Woolley. I'm the Executive Director of the Community Care Clinic. I want to first thank you all for, many years of this opportunity to come before you and to partner with various nonprofits to assist our citizens who fall through the cracks. Specifically for our clinic, that would be the access to health and dental care. So a big thank you for your many years of support. As you may or may not know, about 20 to 25% of our adult population in Salisbury does not have access to health care. Many of these residents work, but they don't have access to care because they're part-time, they're self-employed, or they work for a small company. Many of them babysit, wait tables, cut hair, mow grass. Most of our patients that we have at the clinic have one or more chronic diseases such as diabetes, hypertension, asthma, COPD. These conditions require expensive medications, which we also provide. Our main goal is to improve the health of each patient so they may lead more productive lives at home, at work, and in the community. We work very hard to decrease emergency room usage among our more than 1,400 patients, which in turn saves money for us all. Some successes to bring before you tonight in 2019. We continue our smoking cessation program in diabetic education classes for any interested patients and their families. Through our prescription assistance program, we were able to provide $6 million worth of medications for free for our patients in 2019. We continue to partner with organizations like Rowan Helping Ministries, the Women's Shelter, Capstone, and others to provide services for their guests and clients. A big one for me last year was in response to the hepatitis C epidemic in Rowan County. The clinic diagnosed, treated, and cured more than 20 people of this chronic disease. Our statistics remain strong, and as we strive to reach all who are eligible in Rowan County. In 2019, we had 2,200 medical visits, 1,175 dental visits, and over 23,000 prescriptions were dispensed. We had 266 new patients, along with our existing patients. 51% of our patients work at least part-time, and 94% of our patients report an improvement in their health since becoming a patient at the clinic. So again, thank you for your time and your consideration for another grant cycle to continue this valuable partnership. Thank you.
Thank you. Impressive work.
Good evening. My name is Erica Taylor, and I am the Director of Community Relations at Rowan Helping Ministries, located at 226 North Long Street, Salisbury. Thank you so much for this opportunity to present our need to City Council. Rowan Helping Ministries is requesting $25,000 from CDBG this year to help pay for the full-time shelter case managers' salaries. The funding we received last year from CDBG helped pay for the case managers' salaries and was a vital source of support for shelter services. Last year, 703 different homeless men, women, and children were provided 25,068 nights of shelter services. Part of our mission highlights the importance of educating and empowering our clients to break the cycle of crisis. In doing so, our case managers work to identify individual strengths and weaknesses, address underlying issues, and ensure our guests have access to necessary support from our organization and partnering agencies in the community. Our housing-focused approach has recently led us to consider changing the name of our case managers to housing coaches, who walk alongside our guests during their journey, serving as advocates and mentors as they work towards long-term housing. Currently, we have 3 full-time case managers who are staffed to help the shelter guests overcome any barriers to success they may encounter. Successful case management results in an improved quality of life for our shelter guests by helping them move out of homelessness and into safe, stable, and affordable housing. One of the goals to achieve success is through employment. We provide bus tickets for public transit so our guests can continue to work and/or consistently apply for employment. In the last 6 months of 2019, we assisted 73 shelter guests in finding employment. In that same period, 290 shelter guests participated in life skills and employment classes, further preparing them for life outside of the shelter. Our housing coordinator is available to provide specialized assistance for guests and clients seeking housing once they work through their case plan. Last fiscal year, Rowan Helping Ministries housed 3 families in permanent supportive housing, 34 individuals through transitional housing, and connected 170 homeless households to stable housing. We are grateful for the CDBG funding Rowan Helping Ministries has received in the past and hope that you will continue to help us serve our most vulnerable neighbors in need. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I'm so glad to be here tonight. I'm used to sitting here once a year. That's all it is, just once a year, but to thank you for the work that you do. I know it's tough, just like the work we do is tough, but we appreciate that the federal government allows us some funds to help those in need. The CDBG funds pay a partial salary for our third shift advocate at our 24-bed emergency shelter for women and children who are victims of domestic violence, sexual assault, and human trafficking. The advocate's responsibility is to answer the crisis line, make referrals, assist victims with housing at the shelter as directed. Advocates are located at the emergency shelter's undisclosed location in Salisbury, provide assistance over the phone 24/7 or in person. The payment that comes from CDBG covers approximately 1,090 hours or 52% of this advocate's total salary at $10.51 an hour for a total of $11,450 for the term of the agreement. It is a critical position as she maintains the safety and security of the shelter during the night. She answers the crisis line, assists law enforcement officers who are on a domestic or sexual assault call and need a safe place for the victim to go. While at the emergency shelter, women and children receive food, clothing, hygiene products, productive and supportive counseling, advocacy, case management, information referrals, individual group therapy, and counseling. Rowan County has seen a steady increase in reporting domestic violence cases over the last few years. In 2017, Rowan County's 911 operators received 2,176 domestic violence related calls. By 2019, that number increased to 3,360, a 54.41% increase. In 2019, 136 women and children stayed in our shelter, a 5.43% increase from 2018. Staff answered 509 crisis calls and had a 3% increase from 2018. Thank you. As you can see, it's still a problem. We're working very diligently in the public and in the schools to educate the young to keep them from becoming in this situation. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you for the work. Important. Anyone else want to come?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Salisbury City Council. I'm Mac Leach with the Gateway Freedom Center, which is a part of spearheading Rowan County Local Reentry Council. On behalf of Ms. Kathy White, who has had some emergencies due to family scenarios, she's not able to be here. On behalf of her, I would like to say thank you for your support of the CBG funds for helping to provide housing for men who are coming out of prison to be able to afford a place to stay. We give them transportation, food, shelter, counseling, anything that they need to help to get themselves back into society, to be a part of a productive citizen for America and Rowan County. I'd like to thank you for your time and thank you for your many years of service, and that may you find us a diligent steward of whatever that you have allocated for us. Thank you for it.
Thank you for that work.
We don't actually do the allocations, do we?
Yes.
We do the allocations?
We do.
CDBG, we do.
The it's part of the CDBG funding, and it's actually recommended that certain groups who are dealing with certain issues in our community, that those are the
Designated recipient.
Yes, they are the agencies that receive it. So these agencies have been receiving a portion of these funds for a number of years, and it's amazing what they accomplish with so little.
Yes,
So
absolutely.
we appreciate all that hard work. Thank you.
It's a labor of love. 'Cause one thing we cannot put a price on is the citizen who's lost their way, that we try to give them a pathway to get back. And as I said, I would like to thank you for your participation and for your hard work and for your diligence towards providing for us.
Thank you.
I think Kathy started it.
Yes,
Kathy White started
Kathy
this
White
on her own,
started
just
this,
by
and
herself.
Yes, it's wonderful.
Amazing job.
Great program.
Yes, I am learned to be the assistant director for it because it was a women's shelter, and now we're a men's shelter. So I am the liaison between Ms. White and the local reentry council. Because the local reentry council is a liaison from the business for ministries. We go inside the prisons to teach men that what is here for them and what we can do available for them to get back in society.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank
So I'm going to close the public hearing unless there's, go ahead, you can. Unless there's anyone else speak in regard to the CDBG funds. Okay? We'll close that public hearing. Turn it-
Madam Mayor, I wonder if I could ask a point of privilege and ask for a 5-minute recess.
Okay? We will take a 5-minute recess. Thank you.
Why, no. Something that board will appoint someone from the community to serve as a liaison. It doesn't have to. It can be anyone from any of the boards and commissions. It can be, someone from the community. Like, we could figure that. Yeah, if he wants to, okay.
And then we can announce it.
Tonight, that's true, and get that done. And that's why I was telling you tonight too, since we gotta do boards and commissions. How are you? Oh, okay. Ooh.
we're going to call the meeting back to order. Thank you. So we are going to now move on to item number 11 on the agenda. Council to consider closing a portion of the 100 block of South Lee Street. Wendy Brendel, sorry. Wendy Brendel will be doing the presentation. She's our city engineer.
Yes, thank you. So on February 4th, council adopted a resolution of intent to close a portion of an alley in the 100 block of South Lee Street, and it's shown here in red. This is Ennis and Lee. So it will skip the corner. The alley will actually remain public up to this property line point and then be closed down to the other existing alley. This is a picture taken today, and I apologize, it's a little dark, but I did want to show you what the field conditions are now. This is standing on the opposite side of Lee looking down the alley. The alley is actually 10 feet, and the fence that you see erected here, there's outdoor restaurant seating, and that fence is erected up to about the 10-foot point from the property line. So this portion is the portion that we're speaking of.
What's going to happen to the rest of it?
So this is all private. This is all currently private property.
Oh, okay.
And there is a utility easement reserved along this area, which I can show on the survey that's coming up. So this is, the backs of the buildings are approximately on the property line, and then the 10-foot alley coming off of that. And there is a utility easement reserved, and this is the parking lot. So the petition that was sent out for this alley closing actually included anyone who touched the portion of alley to be closed. So it's these 4 properties and this one over here. This is owned by Mr. Steinman. These are owned either by Bell Realty or Wallace Properties. So any public right-of-way closing is governed by North Carolina General Statute 168-299, and we have followed all the requirements of that statute. A notice of the hearing of this hearing today was published in the Salisbury Post for 4 consecutive weeks. I do have a couple Scrivener's errors on here. This should be 25th. So it was posted on February 4th, 11th, 18th, and 25th. All the properties adjoining the portion to be closed were notified by certified mail. The site was properly posted per the statute. We did notify any utility companies. We did find that any utilities affected were already in the utility easement. And then closing the alley or the right-of-way must not be contrary to the public interest, and no individual shall be deprived of reasonable means of ingress and egress to his property. And staff does believe those conditions have been met. So if you have no other questions, the recommended action today would be to conduct the public hearing. Then if you feel that the conditions have been met, adopt a resolution accepting an offer of dedication for the alley right-of-way, and then adopt an order to close the portion of the alley as indicated on the survey in the 100 block of South.
Okay. So at this time, we'll open a public hearing in regard to this item. So if you want to speak in favor or in opposition, please come forward at this time.
Good evening, Madam Mayor, City Council. Thanks for having me. My name is Chris Austell. I'm the owner of the Fishbowl. My partner, Branson. We brought this up over a span. We've owned it for almost 3 years now, so we've been trying to go about this for almost 3 years now. Short story, we're just trying to move everything into the alley because we have a food truck sitting in the parking lot right now, and we're trying to move it a few feet up into it so we can get it out of the way and clear up some of our parking spots and make a nicer area for our customers and Santos as well, who has something going on out there as well. So we're just trying to make it a little nicer for us and this was the way to do it, so that's why we're here.
Right, thank you. Any questions? Oh, he's here. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comments in regard to this item?
Good evening to y'all, and as everyone has said, I'd like to thank you for what you do for Salisbury, historic Salisbury, and all you have to go through, I can only imagine. Anyway, my name is Bryce Beard. I'm a property manager for Wallace Realty, which in this situation is called Bell Realty, and then Wallace Property Ones is another property that they own. I've been managing Wallace Properties for over 20 years, and I'm familiar with the property here and what we're talking about tonight, which is the alleyway. The alleyway has no real use other than to suit the tenants there, and their parking is in the parking lot adjacent, as you see, as you saw before. I've never heard any concerns expressed about the use of the parking area, or not the parking area, but the alleyway for the fishbowl or anything else over the years that I've been here. It seems like the alleyway itself has no real purpose anymore, and I'm sure it was designated decades ago, but the purpose of it didn't come to fruition, so it probably makes good sense to put it in a place where it helps the people that are adjacent to it and their businesses and so forth. So that's all I've got to say.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else to speak in favor or in opposition of the closing of this alley? Okay. I will close the public hearing, turn it back to Wendy. And council, do you have any questions? Wendy, before we...
The actual alley is owned by this, it's a public...
So the alley itself is considered a public right-of-way, but it's non-maintained, so the city doesn't maintain it.
Is it actually owned by the property owners there? I mean, Wallace and Bell Realty?
It is not, it's public. So that's, so...
Yeah, go back to that slide where you showed who had the...
Okay, is this one?
No, you talked about how some of the spots were designated. You talked about Steinem on some...
Okay, yes, so the alley is between these two lines. The portion to be closed is shown in the red. Again, Mr. Steinman owns this property, Bell Realty, and Wallace Properties owns the other. When the alley is officially closed, then it's split by state statute down the middle. So in this case, it's a 10-foot alley, so 5 feet will go to this parcel, 5 feet will go to these parcels. Mr. Steinman did not sign the petition, but he did state that he was not opposed to this closing. He did want his portion left public. So this little piece will remain public. As long as it's a public alley, our code indicates that you can't block it. And so that restricts the use of the alley for these businesses. So when it becomes private, they can do things like park a food truck or have a table set up in that area. And I also failed to mention, I did consult with our fire department and our police department, and neither had concerns about the closing. So
they had no concerns with their access to
Correct.
Buildings.
Correct.
Okay.
In that, the closing part, when we look at that picture, it would be 5 feet is closed, the other 5 belongs to the other lot.
So 10 feet total will be closed. And then, yes, it's split 5 feet this way, 5 feet this way. So 5 feet either side.
Regardless if it's the same owner, just the line moves to the center.
Gotcha.
Now, it's up to the property owners to have their deeds changed. And at that time, if they wish to.
Tax office will have to replat it.
Any other questions?
I've got a couple questions. There was some conversation, Chief, this might be for you, about installing fire suppression in this block, and we had incentives. Jim, I don't know, maybe it's for you, some incentives in place to help to ask folks to upgrade their fire suppression device. There was a discussion about using, the alleys to pipe in the fire suppression. It may be that the utility easement gives us the necessary real estate we need. I just want to confirm that that's the case.
It does. In fact, that's the reserved easement that Wendy showed you. So
I just want to confirm it. Okay. When I heard her say that, I figured that would be the case.
One of our focuses to continue those back alley fire loops.
Right. The other question or comment that I got received from a member of the public was concerns about hours of operation. We do have residences that are within very short distances from the businesses impacted or that are part of this. You've got the possibility of the Wallace Annex that's not developed now, but could potentially. Obviously similar ownership, so that makes that somewhat easier, but you've got the firehouse and you've got also residential units that are within the same block. Are there any hours of operation issues relative to outside that are, we have any option? I realize we're closing an alley, and I know you're looking at me like I have three heads, but is there anything in there? You guys can't see it, but I saw it. Is there an opportunity for us as we're giving this alley closing to make some sort of requirement that there not be outside events at 2:00 in the morning, or is that already part of what exists here? Do you have any idea? I'm sorry, sir. I was talking to Ms. Brindle. That's all right. You're in direct line of sight. I'm sorry. I can understand.
I may have to defer to council. I don't know that the alley closing can be.
Gives us that leverage.
Right. That's right.
Can you blame a guy for trying?
Cannot blame you for trying.
Okay. So let me state again that whether the alley's closed or not, we already have folks that are using the back part of this lot for activities at various times. So even if, for example, I were to say, no, I don't want to close this alley, that doesn't prohibit them from still doing that. So it doesn't change anything. Okay.
So how would we deal with that issue if it becomes a future issue? After it would be done the same way as a private parcel that is either playing music too loud or, so I mean, we have another option.
Yes.
Apart from this action.
We have other ordinances in place that cover
Noise
that.
ordinance.
We're
Working on, right?
Yes.
I mean, because even inside, right, like I'll use the neighboring business on the other side of the parking lot. It has an indoor area that's just as loud as anybody being in that alley would be. So we have something else that covers those kinds of things, correct?
That's correct. And again, whether an activity is going on, in the area 10 feet from the building or 15.
Right. Again, that's why I said it wouldn't make a difference.
Correct.
A yes or no wouldn't change that.
Correct.
Well, having said that, that was the only piece of feedback I got from the public was around, how this would impact the quality of life of residential folks that are in this area. We have to always remain vigilant that we're trying to encourage both residential and, nightlife and restaurants and businesses in the downtown. Those things don't naturally work together, so we just want to make sure we're sensitive to that. But obviously this is something that we probably need to do, if for no other reason, so they can improve the 10 feet and not leave it in a state of disrepair. So thank you for answering my questions.
Any other questions? Anyone want to make a motion?
I'd be happy to make a motion to adopt a resolution pertaining to the acceptance of an offer of a dedicated for public use of an alley in the 100 block of South Lee Street.
We have a motion. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Opposed? None. So that motion carries, and then we'll go to the second motion.
I can make the second motion. Make a motion to adopt an order closing a portion of the alley in the 100 block of South Lee Street.
Do we need to say anything about any more description?
No, in the order, it states specifically the meets and bounds description.
Okay. All right. So we have a motion. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay. Moving on to item 12 on our agenda, council to consider adopting an ordinance designating the Grubb Sigmund Weisinger House located at 213 South McCoy Road as a local historic landmark. The presenter will be Senior Planner Catherine Garner. Thank you, Catherine.
Thank you, Mayor and Council, for the time tonight. This is a brief recap of the presentation from the previous presentation on the 18th of February about the request. A short overview of the Local Historic Landmarks Program. It's authorized by state law for municipalities to designate local historic districts and local historic landmarks. Landmarks are buildings, structures, sites, areas, or objects deemed by the Local Preservation Commission to be of special significance in terms of their historical, prehistorical, architectural, or cultural importance, and that retain integrity of design, setting, workmanship, materials, feeling, and or association. This is verbatim from North Carolina General Statutes 160A-400.5. Consequences of designation are that property owners are eligible to apply for an annual 50% property tax deferral as long as the property's important historic features are maintained. This is done by the property owner to Rowan County directly. And then the property becomes protected under Salisbury's historic design guidelines. And then they're required to obtain the certificate of appropriateness from the Preservation Commission before making any significant changes or additions to the property, before beginning any new construction, and before demolishing or relocating the landmark. The Grubb Sigmund Weisinger House was listed individually on the National Register in 1999. The significant statement from that National Register document reads, the Grubb Sigmund Weisinger House, a well-preserved two-story Queen Anne-style frame house erected in 1911 with colonial revival-style interiors from 1939, occupies a unique place in the architectural history of Salisbury and Rowan County and possesses local significance in the areas of architecture and social history. The house satisfies the criteria for listing in the National Register as an important surviving example of a Queen Anne-style farmhouse in Rowan County and for its role as the centerpiece of a small estate-making efforts in the 1920s and 1930s in suburban Milford Hills, a residential park in the southwest quadrant of Salisbury. The State Historic Preservation Office reviewed the application for local historic landmark status and determined that the minimum requirements for consideration had been met as set forth in the North Carolina General Statutes 160A-400.6. On February 13th, 2020, the Salisbury Historic Preservation Commission voted 4-1 to determine that the proposed landmark meets all requisite criteria for special significance and integrity as set forth in the North Carolina General Statutes. Those were discussed on that first slide. The property is outlined entirely in this lighter salmon pink. It was previously 3 parcels that have been combined into one, but the portion that would be landmarked would be this outlined in the darker red, and this was based on a recommendation from the state early on in review. This was a garage that was constructed in 1997. It is non-contributing to the structure in the National Register, and so the state made the recommendation to just include these 2 parcels for the house, the guest house, and the playhouse, which are what are considered in the local landmark application. On February 18th, 2020, you held a public hearing on the local historic landmark application as required by North Carolina General Statutes 160A-400.6. City Council makes the ultimate decision and may adopt the ordinance as proposed, adopt the ordinance with any amendments deemed necessary, or reject the proposed ordinance as outlined in the state statute. And I will be happy to answer any questions that you may have at this time.
Okay, Council, any questions from Catherine?
I didn't have the benefit of being a part of the last discussion, so I had at least one. I'm familiar with local historic districts in Fulton Heights, and I think National Register districts that are other places in our city. What is it about this particular area that doesn't allow us to go that route versus a landmark status? Would that be a way to approach this? Because again, my preface this comment, there's a lot of homes in Salisbury that have historical significance. They can't all be landmarks.
Sure.
So I'm just curious why we're going with a landmark approach as opposed to a local district approach.
So most local districts start as National Register districts. They don't have to, but in Salisbury, most of them do. So they're listed on the National Register, and then Salisbury applies the historic overlay zoning, and that establishes the regulatory framework of the certificate of appropriateness. So this property is already on the National Register. It was listed individually versus being as part of a district. So it's achieved its
Standalone status.
correct.
Is there sufficient inventory in this area for an approach that might include a national district or a local district?
The last survey that was conducted, architectural survey of Salisbury, was done in 2001, and it included properties of 50 years old in the 1951 city limits, and that was how they got their 50-year time frame. And this area was annexed into the city in 1953, so it wasn't included and recommended as part of a district. There were recommendations made, but this one was outside of that year that they were looking at for that study. So I'm not sure that I could answer that for you tonight without further study having to be done of that entire area.
But it could be relooked at and really talk about this neighborhood as a whole historic district.
It could be considered.
Yes, because all of them are now much older than 50. So this isn't really about the fact that council is determining that this is either significant or not significant because it's already on the National Register. I think this goes back to the question, without a comprehensive program in place for landmark designation and what that requires in terms of us as council, as our city, because it's really about the tax rebate. It's 50% of that's what it means to Salisbury and to the Salisbury citizens, is that whatever the tax rate is, their bill will be cut in half. So that is, what we're really talking about, because the significance, as far as it's on the National Register already, so we're not in any way saying with what we vote on whether it's nationally significant.
Significance has been determined because it's on the National Register from 1990.
But we wouldn't, the only difference is that with the landmark, you get the tax incentive, which is half, your tax is cut in half. That is the only difference.
That is the benefit of being declared a local landmark. However, the state statutes for the minimum threshold of what a landmark is, the special significance and integrity is the same criteria that the state looks at when they're making recommendations to the National Park Service for National Register designation. And our ordinance was adopted verbatim from the state statute. So without any additional standards of what we consider to be significant, it's met its significance criteria already by virtue of being on the National Register.
Right. But the significance for us as a city is that making it a landmark means that we cut the property tax in half.
That would be the change, and then
that's the change. That's what I'm saying. Nothing else changes.
The addition of the certificate of appropriateness requirement and the tax.
I'll go on record. I think the house is historically significant. I'm not sure if everybody has, but I've been in the driveway of this particular property. I'm familiar with it. It's a unique property. What I'm sort of in my mind trying to figure out is there's a bunch of properties in Salisbury that have historical significance because of the way we preserve things. And is it better to go after them one at a time and do landmark status, or is it better to kind of catch them as neighborhoods or as groups? This particular issue is not necessarily about this home or this application. It's about what could potentially happen if we start picking them off one at a time. You understand what I'm getting at? So I have concerns I'm trying to wade through as I'm now being a part of the conversation for the first time. That's where my head is, and I'm trying to wrap my head around how not only to approach it for this application, but how we go forward. I know we passed the landmark status or the landmark legislation or whatever what we call that for the Empire. I don't know that I expected that we'd have each year a house coming to us saying, hey, I want that too. Does that make sense? So that's where I am, and I'm looking forward to input from you all as it relates to your position, so I can help inform mine.
So being on the National Registry, though, doesn't necessarily protect the house. It's, if we determine it a landmark, it protects the house. Is that correct?
To a certain extent, North Carolina general statutes prohibit the commission from denying a demolition for longer than 365 days. So you can still demolish houses that are even locally regulated if the commission establishes a 365-day delay in order to try to find an alternative and convince you not to tear it down. But then at the end of 365 days, it still could be torn down. So there's stopgaps, but not the ability to outright deny demolition. But this is the step in the right direction towards maintaining and keeping a historic home.
And could they remove the windows, do different, put vinyl on it and everything today?
Today, yes.
Yes. Okay.
If this were adopted,
so that
they
wouldn't
would have to
historically
get,
protect the house.
they would have to get approval prior to making changes to the exterior.
In other historically deemed, I'll use the West Square. That's protected because it's part of a district, because that was deemed so. So they could not, so the Campbells in this situation, they can do certain things, but if they were in the West Square, they couldn't. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. So to address the tax issue, if I could read the math, the taxes for the city on this house were $2,400. Is that correct?
I don't have the tax data on this one. I did not look.
So 50% of that's $1,200. So in the big grand scheme of things, we're really only talking about $1,200 here, folks. And if you have an old house, you know it's going to take a heck of a lot more to take care of it than that. I do not see, because we are only talking about, at this moment in time, this particular house. I do not see that being an incentive for these folks to do this. So in my perspective, that doesn't hold water. What I do see, and when I was originally elected, and I still see this as my job, is to put policies in place and follow policies. I think that this coming before us points out that we need a policy for this. I do not see that it is fair that we catch this family in the flux of because we didn't have a policy. I do not see that as advantageous for any of our citizens. When policies are put in place when things come up, that's how all policies start. But I do not see that it is fair to the people who are exercising their right, and they followed excruciating steps to apply for this. We have done it before. We've done it for businesses as well as a residential. I think that, I do not think that it is fair to this family to not respect them wanting to maintain history for many reasons, just because we don't have a policy in place. I agree going forward we got to get one, but in this case, because right now we're supposed to be only talking about this house, I don't think that it's fair to stop them from getting this, and I don't think saving $1,200 is a motivation for doing it in this particular case on this house. So I am fully for this becoming a landmark.
Where did the tax?
It's in our agenda packet. There was a copy of it in our agenda packet.
I remembered a little bit slightly higher number, but not materially different. I think 1,400 is what I remembered was the after effect. But that, to your point, in the grand scheme of things of the total budget, it's either one's negligible. Again, point well made. To me, it's about how we move forward. I don't want to in any way. This is the set of conditions that existed for this particular application. If it were my preference, Catherine, we would push toward districts. And here's the reason why. Because when you get the local historic district or the national district, that's a federal tax credit, not a local abatement, right?
They are still eligible for those by virtue of being on the register, but your
Right.
point is taken.
Already.
Plus it involves other parcels in the neighborhoods, more people benefit. That's where I'm going with this. I'm not giving you a directive, but that
No, I understand.
pushing folks toward that perspective would be what I think would be better for the city as a whole than picking one house at a time. And that's just my 2 cents.
But I will add, there are, homes in this community that are significant, that are not in areas that I think would qualify as historical areas. I mean, they just kind of stand out on their own. And so I want to make sure that we also have something in place so that those structures really can be maintained. And I hear what you're saying. I just don't want us to cut off our noses to spite our face, because we make it so tight that we begin to leave out significant buildings in our community that have importance. And then we don't protect them because they don't happen to be sitting in a historical, section.
I think that for what I'm hearing from all of the council members, it's just another indication of how woefully inadequate whatever we had in place is, because it doesn't answer that question. It doesn't really deal with that. So that's my concern.
And I do think that we need to move forward and have some policy put in place. But with the issue before us, I would like to see us allow the family, these citizens, to get what they're requesting.
I passed out a little thing here with your houses within just a few blocks of this house, all of which probably the first page, 2 pages have 6 houses, probably all of which would conform. One of the interesting things is when you look at these houses is the windows, because historic windows are different than the windows you and I might put in our house, and those, as best I can tell, qualify. In other words, you have wooden tines or whatever you call them, and individual panes. All of those have those. The last page is Mount Vernon and the Hermitage, which were 2 examples that were presented to us as examples of other properties that are not in a historic district, although those properties are so large, they're almost historic districts on their own. And I don't think this is Mount Vernon or the Hermitage or Williamsburg. As was mentioned this evening, the third page is sort of, I looked up what, Queen Anne's things are, Queen Anne's style is, and everything in yellow are things that, which is the majority of the items. I know this is already on the National Historic Registry, but those are items that Queen Anne styles have that this house does not have, which is most of them. But I don't want to take anything away from that. I think that I have one question, and Ed Clement made the point that when you have historic designation, that property values go up. I think that's one of the advantages of a historic district. Historic districts do not get the 50% tax abatement. So a question I have for you is, if we grant this landmark status and then we end up, I don't know the right word, overlaying it with a historic district designation, does that then abate the abatement? Or
because they're already on the National Register, I'm going to try to answer this for you. Because they're already on the National Register, they get the benefits they would get if the home were in a district already. This is totally separate from that. It would not in any way change if the surrounding neighborhood were added.
The Wallace House, if it were on the National Historic District, and then we created the West End, the West Square, it would be, it would still be subject to, it would be on both, but its taxes would be half compared to everyone else in the neighborhood, which would pay the full tax.
It's a
Right.
fact that it's on the National Register gives it that
Being on the National Register qualifies them for the tax credits.
The tax credits, the landmark
The
designation.
the 50% tax abatement is specifically available through the adoption of the local historic landmark ordinance, and that's property specific. So if this were adopted for this property, and then in the future, the entire neighborhood were to be considered for a local historic district or a historic district, the surrounding properties would be eligible for tax credits through the state and the National Park Service, but would not automatically be given the 50% tax.
Understood the question.
Because
That's
that's
correct.
And what about a house that's already in there? I mean, suppose these 6 houses all jump in line and say, hey, we want this, and they go through the process, and suddenly we have 7 houses, and the cost is 10 or 12, 15,000 a year, and we just did something with economic development, and we looked at a 10-year window, and suddenly we're talking $150,000 or $200,000 if you put, multiple houses in it. My question was, if we come back and create a historic district, then it still qualifies for state and federal credits, but does the Section 105 apply to a house once it's part of a neighborhood which is completely in a historic district? Do you know the answer to that?
I think that the answer is, unless the council takes action to amend the ordinance and take away the landmark designation, it would still have the local tax credit. The statute envisions council being able to repeal an ordinance along with adopting an ordinance. But then that's all it says. Then it goes on to say what's required to adopt an ordinance. And I guess you would have to go through the same process to appeal it. I mean, I don't know exactly what the process is, but I think the concept of repealing a historic landmark designation is possible, which is what I think you would have to do if you went back and made this into a historic overlay district.
You would take it off.
The other thing you said on one of your slides is it says that the homeowner has the opportunity to apply for a tax credit. Do you know if this is their intent? They intend to do that? Because when I asked the question what the motivation was, last time I asked it 3 times, never did they say, that their motivation was the tax benefit. They were talking about historic preservation and preserving it for the future and the such. I mean, do you know whether or not, have you talked to them about whether they intend to apply or not?
I don't know their intention, but it's available to them. I believe it's an annual application through Rowan County, and they have, they're eligible for it as long as they don't change any of the character defining features that make it the landmark.
Ed Norval weighed in on this, I think individually in emails, and I know this is hearsay, but his comments were very akin to the theory behind, the newly enacted Opportunity Zone issues, which was that the Opportunity Zone basically says that you get these tax breaks if you invest in the property an amount equal to the amount that you paid for it. So you basically have to double, the cost of it so that the tax implication is zero. So if you pay $100 for something and then you invest $100, you've got a $200 investment in it. Theoretically, the value should be $200, and then the city doesn't, the taxing authority doesn't lose anything. That's the way the Opportunity Zone works. That was Ed Norval, who's, I think, is not here, but he's, pretty entrenched in the historic community here. That was his suggestion, was that, that be granted landmark status in order to be given the opportunity for the tax break, that there should be an expectation of an investment, such that tax implication is neutral from the city's point of view or from the taxing authority's point
It's
of
not
view.
something I think we can apply retroactively. Is that something that could be applied as a local condition for status going forward? I'm just curious.
I would have to get back to you on that.
Okay. I would suspect it probably is no. I think it probably works the way it works, but I was curious. I think at the end of the day, I think the Campbell's house, obviously because it's on the National Register, qualifies for the designation, is what it is. I would like for us to get, I'd frankly like to have every neighborhood in Salisbury in the historic, in local designation. And the reason why is because when you invest in your property, you get the tax benefits that come from that investment, and that would lift. We've got an older housing stock. It keeps getting older every year. and these homes are costly to maintain, and being able to expand that to a larger set of neighborhoods, to me, would be a great goal. I know every time I say something, Handle's like, oh gosh, one more project. You know, I don't know if this is an elective thing where people have to volunteer for it, if it's something that city can initiate, I don't know. But I would encourage us to try to cast a wider net and not just go and try and, you know, do one house at a time. But, you know, at the end of the day, while I think there are some issues that I have about the way this process is working, it's not in any way related to the Campbells and their property. And I think I have come down on the fact that we need to proceed with this, but I'd like to see some action taken so we have a better set of tools the next time. Does that make sense?
You suggesting we have a moratorium after this decision until we have a process in place?
I don't know if that's possible. If it's on our ordinance, if it's an ordinance, then I don't know that we can do that.
In order to adopt a moratorium, you have to have a public hearing, depending on the length of the moratorium. So we'd have to notice that if we wanted to do a moratorium. I think that we can tell folks that are interested in applying that we're looking at this ordinance and see where that goes.
I would like.
I wouldn't mind doing a
ask
moratorium,
that we do that,
Mm-hmm.
you know, so that we don't have a cascade of.
We need to be upfront with anybody who's in the process, and I would imagine they're coming hand through, and Catherine, through your office for the process, so I think we can communicate it that way. And if there's some reason why we need to speed up the work, then we can address it that way, but,
I think
It's
that's
really
fair.
important.
I think that's fair.
Got to get that.
fair.
Yeah, if we do a
Public hearing to
moratorium,
get that on
although I
our
don't think we're gonna have a rush on people coming, but moratorium's fine with me.
I think that the process needs to have an expectation of a certain amount, a minimum amount of investment in the property. I mean, that's how you get the tax credits. You don't get them if you're spending, you know, a few thousand. You have to have a project that's a minimum of, you know, so many dollars, and they're all different, so depends on the project.
Could we test them with, I mean, could we
Yes.
could we
Yeah.
put something on the agenda in the next meeting or the following meeting, not regarding this property, but regarding a moratorium, and then task them to come up with, you know, with a process?
And for people who are having issues with the process or with the policy, because it seems like there is a process, and that people may not be happy with what that process is, and that process needs some work. And so whatever those issues are that council members may have, do we not need to get that to the staff person so they can begin to?
That's what I'm saying, is we can flush it out while we're in this moratorium period. In other words, if we have a 6-month moratorium or something like that.
But we need to let them know what those issues are. I mean, because I heard you saying staff work on it, but the part I didn't hear is making sure that council members get their input to those staff members around whatever they feel like needs to be in that process.
Well, if there's no other discussion, I'd like to make a motion.
Please.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt an ordinance designating the Grubb Sigmund Weisner house located at 213 South McCoy Road in Salisbury, North Carolina, as a local historic landmark.
Okay, we have a motion. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay. Motion carries. Okay.
May I ask if that was unanimous? Just for purposes.
Make sure
Oh,
was
thank
there
you.
anyone opposed?
I would like to ask that we get something on the agenda within the next 2 meetings relative to a moratorium, and that we task, you know, staff with helping us flesh out the issues.
Okay.
To see if we need to amend the ordinance.
We can do that, certainly the moratorium, and I think one thing would be to look at the neighborhoods and see what neighborhoods might be good candidates for historic districts as part of that. That might be the first part of it.
Right.
And before you leave, I just want to say thank you for what you're doing to preserve that beautiful home and take care of it, make our city beautiful. Thank you.
And Ms. Gardner, thank you for carrying around that notebook as tall as you.
Yes.
Is that one case?
Yes, it is.
Or is that just the whole? Okay, gotcha. I just want to make sure it wasn't the one case.
It's not one case, okay.
God forbid.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Okay, we're moving on to item 13, council to consider approving a bond order authorizing the issuance and sale of combined enterprise system revenue bonds not to exceed $46.5 million and authorizing the execution of the delivery of certain documents in connection therewith. Our presenter is going to be Shannon Moore and Chad Cowan of Hilltop Securities.
Good afternoon.
Thank you.
Last week we gave, 2 weeks ago, we gave you an update on the water and sewer projects that are being funded from this project, and also the refunding of the 2009 and 2010 bonds. What you have before you tonight is an order to authorize the LGC to actually approve the sale of those bonds. And just before we get into that, I wanted to give you a few updates. The LGC did meet today at 3 o'clock, and they have approved our application for these bonds. And also, some very good news that I wanted to share. We actually had, in connection with these new financings, some rating updates from Fitch and from S&P. If you'll recall, in the past, we have had some of our bonds downgraded due to some of our vibrant issues. Fitch has reviewed our water and sewer bonds, and they have revised those to an AA-, which is a upgrade from previous. And S&P has also reviewed those bonds, and they've given the same rating of an AA-. And if I can just read two of the comments that S&P actually had in their review regarding the city's finances. In regards to the enterprise risk, they noted that based on our operational management assessment, we view the water and sewer enterprises to be a 1 on a scale of a 6-point scale, with 1 being the strongest rating. This indicates in our view that operational and organizational needs are proactively addressed. An operational management assessment of strong reflects good asset management programs for monitoring existing infrastructure, the lack of additional capacity needs, and drought and disaster management plans. In regards to the financial risk of our bonds, they noted that based on a financial management assessment, they also view the city as a 1 on a 6-point scale, with 1 being the strongest. And they assigned that based on a strong indicating that we consider their financial practices sound and comprehensive. So that's very good news for the city, and that's very good news as we go into actually selling these bonds.
Let me translate that for the public. That means when we go out to borrow money, it'll be less costly.
Correct. That's
a big deal.
It's very much to our
Big
advantage.
deal. Absolutely. Congratulations
Yes,
to
Very
Jim
good.
and your
Water,
team.
sewer.
And
That's great. To our finance team. Thank you so much.
It's been a long time, but a long time coming. So I'm
Yes.
I have one question. We're a 1 on one scale and a AA- on the other. What were we before we were AA-? What were we, single A? Before we were AA-, what was our rating, a single A?
Double A, or you were an A+.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
Fitch.
Okay.
Prior to this upgrade.
Yep. Okay.
And so we're 2 A's now.
Yes.
One of them.
I could have used more AA- on my college transcript. Just saying.
So in
That's how it works.
That's better.
Yes. So the rating hierarchy starts with the AAA is the highest you can get, and then there are kind of grades within each AA's. There's ones or plus AA and then AA-. So both of the ratings are in the very high credit quality category for the city on these.
Okay, very good.
As we go from AA- up to AA or AA+ or AAA- or AAA, your interest rate drops.
Okay.
I mean, that's the advantage of
Great.
it. And so by going from
Moving
a
up the ladder.
single A+ to a AA-, we get a little bit of a lower interest rate. Be nice to climb up a little further, but
Yeah.
great work.
It's great work. Thank you so much.
Especially city outside. Yeah.
Thank you. So what do we need to do now? We need to have a motion to, or do you have more to share with us? Okay.
Question. Have we
All right.
priced where we think the range of the bonds will be?
We have run some estimates with the underwriting firm. Rates have been changing so much in the last week or so. I'd hesitate to put a number on it, but you're going to probably have an all-in TIC somewhere in the high twos maybe. But again, it's moving so quickly. I feel very comfortable that you'll be significantly lower than if you look back at your historic bond sales. I mean, rates overall in the municipal market, which is where we'll be selling these as tax-exempt bonds, they're the lowest point kind of in history on most.
I wanted you to say it out loud. Yes.
Yes.
That's exactly what I was looking for. Thank you.
Yes, and I think on the Treasury side, I think that for the first time in the history of the 10-year Treasury note, it went below 1% today. So really, as far as timing goes, I know these projects have been in the works for years. Your administrative team really timed this well.
We throw a couple fire stations on the pile.
We'll try. I don't want to dig in the weeds too far, but that's about the same. Will today's rate cut have an impact on us?
Today's rate cut impacts the very short end of the yield curve. And so these bonds will be sold and they will mature between 1 and 25 years. And so for the first several years, the rate would be impacted by those. But as you move out along the yield curve from year 5 to year 25, those are less directly impacted by changes in the FOMC rates.
Except for inverted yield curves and all that kind of fun stuff.
But yeah, so not directly by that, but by the interest rate movements today in the broader market on the Treasury side, most definitely.
So assuming if this gets approved, how long would it take us to get all of those details locked down?
So the current schedule provides for this approval tonight. We will be posting what's called the preliminary official statement, which is the disclosure document that goes to investors tomorrow. And then we will be pricing on March 12th. And that's when all of these details will be finalized. And then we'll be closing and money will be in hand by the end of the month.
Okay, thank you.
Exciting. Hey, and that means we can move forward with our water sewer projects as well, those contracts. Okay. Okay, council, any other questions? Great. Do I hear a motion?
I'd be happy to make a motion to adopt an order authorizing the issuance and sale of combined enterprise system revenue bonds not to exceed $46.5 million and authorizing the execution of the delivery of certain documents in connection therewith.
We have a motion. All those in favor, aye. Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Unanimous. Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, and now we have Mr. Jason Wilson, who is our Assistant Utilities Director, to come up and give us a presentation on the construction.
All right, we're going to spend the money that you just authorized. Thank you. Thank you for your support. I'm joined by Lauren Kennedy and Lyndon Federoff, as well as our Director, Jim Beamer. Just first of all, thank you for your support, and thanks to Shannon and her team and for all they've done to kind of get us to this point. It is an exciting day for us. So we did a couple weeks ago give you an update kind of where we are on these projects, and we supplied you at that point with the bid tab. Starting off with our wastewater treatment project, so we did open 4 bids on January 23rd from qualified vendors for our wastewater treatment project at Grants Creek. Adams Robinson Enterprises submitted the lowest base bid by a responsible bidder in the amount of $26,716,600. There were 2 bid alternates provided related to multiple rate bar screens. We request the acceptance of alternate 2 at an additional cost of $122,000. That brings the all-in amount at $26,838,600 for construction of the Grants Creek wastewater treatment train improvements project. And that was contingent upon approval earlier today by the OGC. So I told who Lauren was. I didn't tell who she was with. She's with CDM Smith, who is our partner in this project. We've been working with them for a couple of years to do design and permitting, as well as they'll be doing construction admin and observation on this, which you awarded to them last month. So.
And it was their opinion that the bid that you accepted or considered was the best bid. It was from their firm.
There were some irregularities on bid day, and we have worked through those. And so their recommendation, we support that consultation with the city attorney and the School of Government.
Right. Okay. Very good. Thank you. Okay. So, council, any other questions?
I'll make a motion to award a contract to Adams Robinson Enterprises, Inc. for the construction of Grants Creek wastewater train improvement project in the amount of $26,838,600, contingent upon local government commission approval of the revenue bond sale.
Okay, so we have a motion. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Being none, motion carries unanimously. Thank you. All right, moving on to item 15. Council to consider awarding a contract to Dellinger Incorporated for construction of the water treatment plant improvement project in the amount of $7,221,000, contingent upon local government commission approval of the revenue bond sale. And Jason, you're up again.
Still here. Change co-pilots. This is Keith Garbert with Labella, our partner on the water treatment plant project. So been doing work with them for years. They're a good ally with us. So this project as well, you were updated on a couple weeks ago. We did open 6 sealed bids on this project on a week later on January 30th from qualified vendors. Dellinger Incorporated was the lowest total base bid in the amount of $4,971,000. This project had 4 bid alternates that were provided in addition to the base bid. SRU is requesting acceptance of alternates 2 and 4 at a combined total additional cost of $2.25 million. So we're recommending award. Labella recommended award, and we support that. A contract to Dellinger Incorporated in an amount of $7,221,000 for construction of the water treatment plant improvements project.
Okay. Any questions from council?
You said the bid that we're accepting is $2.5 million more than lower bid.
Based on alternate tabs that were other work that was in the bid.
So there are 12 filters at the water plant. The base bid included 4 filters. We want to do the additional 8 for all 12 total at one time. That was the alternate. That was one of the alternates. The other was to upgrade a pump at a zero cost add. So we're going to do that.
Like doing 2 fire stations at once.
Good.
That costs about half as much.
All right. Any other questions from council? Okay, if not, anyone ready to do a motion?
I'll make a motion to award a contract. I'll be the one spending all the money tonight. I'll make a motion to award a contract to Dellinger Inc. for the construction of the water treatment improvement project in the amount of $7,221,000 contingent upon local government commission approval of the revenue bond sale.
We have a motion. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion carries. Thank you very much. Thank you for all the good work. We're excited about all these improvements. Okay, moving on.
Appreciate your patience hanging out till 8:30.
Yes, thank you. Council to
8:30 or late 30?
late 30.
Late 30, yes.
Council to consider appointments to various boards and commissions. We know of one that I'm going to go over, and this is a liaison position. Mayor Pro Tem Al Higgins is not going to be able to do the SRCCA, and so we've had a conversation. David Post, who is already serving on that board, is willing to vacate his community position and be our council liaison, and then he will help them fill the spot that he has. So David, thank you so much, and Al, thank you for letting us know so we could get that covered. And so moving on, anyone have?
I have 2 issues, 2 that I can report to that is sort of my bailiwick. On the Alternative Method of Design Commission, Rodney Queen has been intimately involved in that and is willing to serve again if we would reappoint him. So I would make a motion that we reappoint Rodney Queen to the AMD.
Okay. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. So we got that one. Another one?
The other one that I know about is Bill Bergen on the planning board. Bill is engaged in the 2040 plan, and he was engaged in the 2020 vision plan, and he was on city council, and I think in the middle of the stream. He's agreed to continue to serve. So I would make a motion that we reappoint Bill Bergen to the planning board.
Okay. All those in favor, aye? Aye. So that was unanimous. So we have that. And then we needed to, on Bill Wagner, he was willing to serve for 1 year term. And I think there's somebody that we needed to replace that had stepped down. So do you want to do
that's in Dennis Lunsford stepped down. And I've been working with Bill Wagner on this. Dennis was a downtown merchant, and the thinking is that it's probably a good idea to have somebody downtown, to replace him. So we've reached out to, I know we have some people here, but we've reached out specifically to people, to businesses in downtown. And so that's, the jury's still out on that. But I would nominate Bill Wagner and, he's eligible for reappointment. I presume if he wants to resign after a year, he can do so, but he's chairman of the board right now, of the planning board. I would nominate Bill and ask that he serve as long as he's willing.
So we have the nomination of Bill Wagner for planning board. All those in favor, aye? Aye. Unanimous again. Okay, anyone else? Are you ready for any other?
I am.
Okay.
On kind of the same vein when talking about Bill on the Housing Advocacy Commission, I would ask that we extend the eligibility for reappointment to Barbara Perry. We're, again, kind of in the middle of some projects. She's also part of the Fair Housing Commission that we created between the Human Relations Council and the Housing Advocacy Commission, and she is willing to volunteer and serve again, but I would ask to extend her reappointment even though she is not eligible, just like we have.
So we have a motion for Barbara Perry to continue serving on the Housing Advocacy Commission. All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Aye. Unanimous.
I think she's designated, as an at-large.
Yeah. Okay. So, anyone else have any other?
Oh, did you have another?
Yeah, I forgot.
Okay.
Okay.
Go ahead.
And we also have just an open position there. And I would like to appoint or make a motion to appoint Kendra Coney to that board.
Okay. So we have a motion to appoint Kendra Coney to the Housing Advocacy Commission.
I have one question. Does she meet the so-called neighborhood slot?
Yeah, yeah. Through the applications. We all have the applications to review as well.
Thank you.
All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. Unanimous?
Yes, so for the tree board, I'd like to make a motion to reappoint Kelly Eisenhower and also to appoint as new member Cindy Adams, I'm saying the last name correctly, and Jonathan Barbie to fill the other two positions.
So let's do them one at a time. Cindy Adames.
Yes.
As one, so all those in favor, aye. Aye. Motion carries. Jonathan Barbie, all those in favor, aye. Aye. And Carrie Poole.
Kelly Eisenhower.
Excuse me.
To continue her reappointment.
Okay. And Kelly Eisenhower.
Yes.
So all those in favor, aye.
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 And then for the Human Relations Council, to reappoint Deborah Ellison, D. Ellison, also known as. I'd like to make a motion to reappoint her to the Human Relations Commission.
Thought we just filled that with Kendra Comey.
No,
that
that was the tree board, right? The other.
No, Kendra Comey was to the Housing Advocacy
Housing Commission.
HAC.
Sorry, she's listed in both places. I apologize.
Well, she is listed under the HRC, but who's going to be reappointed is Deborah Ellison.
Yeah, that's fine. Want to make sure we had the spot.
So, all those in favor of Deborah Ellison?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, unanimous. And any other?
There is still an opening that will come open at the end of March on the Community Appearance Commission. I would like to appoint Dr. Phyllis Miller to that position.
Okay. We have a motion for Phyllis Miller. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We have that one?
Rodney, could I ask Rodney a question?
Yes.
Rodney, because we only meet every 3 months, on the Transportation Advisory Board, did Brandon, he's eligible, had this discussion at the meeting, and I don't have my notebook here. Brandon Najranian, he's eligible for reappointment. Did we ask him if he was willing to continue to serve?
Yes, he is eligible for reappointment, but we haven't made contact. I haven't been.
Oh, that's right. He wasn't there. That's right.
Right. And that's the only, I think to my knowledge, that's the only position on the board that we need to fill.
Right. Okay. We filled the other two. Okay. Thank you.
Right.
So you're still reaching out to him?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate that. Sorry to impose on you.
We also have the Hurley Park Advisory Board, and I have 3 current members who are all eligible for reappointment and are interested. So we'll just do those one by one. Jane Riley. All those in favor? Aye. And then Jane Ritchie. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And Linda Suffolk. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
Okay. And let's see.
You're on Parks and Rec, I think.
Yes, and I have 2 that we could that we need. So Joseph Nalini.
Did Jerry Lawson, did he agree to continue?
Yes, he's interested in continuing.
Which board?
This is Parks and Rec, and I was just going with the ones, but let's do him first. Jerry Lawson, all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay, and the other 2 that we need, Joseph Nalini, and I have met and spoke with him, and he's on the list as the choice. All those in favor? Aye.
Aye.
And then Mary Rosser, or Rosser. All those in favor? Aye.
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 Okay, so we have that filled. Transportation Tree Board. There are 2 that on the Historic Preservation Commission that we need to reappoint. They are not eligible, but they have been asked to continue if we are willing, again, because of their expertise, and one of them is the chair right now, which is Andrew Walker. So I'll put forth his name.
Is that a nomination?
Are you asking us to?
I'm just going to let Mayor Pro Tem come back in so that she can participate in this. Okay. We're just talking about the Historic Preservation Commission, and Andrew Walker is not actually eligible because of his term limits, but they have asked that he be
continue, right?
to continue because he is the chair now in his specific engineering background. So would you want to put him forward as for the Historic Preservation Commission?
Oh, sure.
Okay.
I'd love to nominate.
Then all those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Aye. And then A.C. Worthy has the same situation, and he is willing to continue serving. So would you want to put him? Okay.
Absolutely.
So, we have A.C. Worthy. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
And then Larry Richardson is eligible for reappointment and is interested, so would be the last one. All those in favor, aye.
Aye.
Okay. So I think that we've taken care of all of them until we have Transportation Board. You're going to work on that one with Rodney. And then Planning Board, we've done. Tree Board, we did. Thank you, Council. Good work. Okay, so now we will move on. City Attorney's Report.
I don't have anything for the council tonight. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, thank you. City Manager's Report.
Do the second quarter financial report while Shannon is coming up. Councilman Sheffield had asked about the status of our pickleball courts and tennis courts conversions, and we're in the process of applying for grants for the USTA. We're also looking at a possible private grant to improve the lighting at the tennis courts, and we also want to do all the resurfacing at one time for to improve the economies of doing that. Whenever we do the resurfacing, it needs to be 65 degrees for about 5 days straight, so we're working on all that. The grant period for the USTA is every 2 weeks. There's a cycle, so just working out some details they need for those grants, and we'll report back to you when we have more information.
But we're planning on doing the whole project all together.
Oh, excuse me.
Yes, yes,
I apologize.
that is our intention.
Excuse me.
I have a first aid kit?
Yes.
Sorry. Excuse me.
Thank you. Shannon,
Good afternoon.
you're up. Thank you.
Thank you.
So I'm here tonight to give you an update on our second quarter financials. Not sure how much better news I can give you than what I gave you earlier with our ratings, but I'll certainly try. We'll start with the general fund. The revenues are performing very well against the budget. You'll notice that there is an increase over the last year from 2019 to 2020. It's up about 1.3 million. Most of that is attributable to our largest two revenue streams in the general fund, which is our sales tax revenue and our property tax, which I'll give you a little bit more detail in the upcoming slides. And the variance here, you'll notice between our budget to actual for the current year, one of the factors that's driving that negative variance is the fact that we do have a large fund balance appropriation in our general fund. Those monies do not come in as revenue, so it skews that number a little bit. So just below that line, I've shown you the total revenue for the general fund without that fund balance appropriation, and you can see we're right at 52.29%, which is pretty much on par to the 3-year trend. On the general fund expenses, we are lower than budget, about $2.5 million. Most of that is attributable to our larger projects that don't get started until the second half of the year. A lot of our large special projects, asphalt resurfacing doesn't happen until the last half of the year. And in regards to our current year property taxes, you'll notice from last year to this year, we're up about $2.2 million on our property taxes. Most of that, some of that is attributable to a little bit faster collections than in years past, but a lot of that is based on the fact that we were in a reval year. And in regards to our collection, this time last year through the first half, we were at 81.39%. You can see we've got a little bit of an uptick. We're at close to 84% collected for the year. And you can see that's about a $2.2 million difference there. In regards to our sales tax receipts have been pretty strong for the first half of the year. There is a 3-month lag in our sales tax. That's why you don't see anything for the first quarter, and you first start seeing it reported in the second quarter. Based on last year's sales tax receipts for the actual sales in July, August, and September that come to the city in October, November, and December of this year is up $138,000 from the same time last year. and we're performing stronger than budget. So we'll actually see a positive, as long as that trend continues, a positive budget to actual variance for the full year. In regards to our general fund expenses, all of our departments are performing close to or less than their budget. You'll see the biggest expenditures are in our public safety, where we've done some additional budgetary additions in the last couple of years for our public safety, but they are still at 47% of their trend. The education line right here, that will even out on a full year, so it'll be right on budget. So that's the only department that's actually a little bit over the trend. There's actually 3 quarters paid there. In regards to our stormwater fund, the stormwater fund also has a very small fund balance appropriation. That's related to a project that was carried forward from last year. That was about $162,000. When you take that out, they are right at 50% of the revenue for the year. This actual fund is usually pretty much on budget on the revenue side. In regards to the stormwater expenses, they are trending below budget, mostly related to 2 large rehab projects that have not started. Again, one that was carried forward from last year, and then there's another in the budget this year. Our water and sewer fund continues to be one of our stronger funds on a performance side. Water and sewer fund also has a fund balance appropriation of about, it's close to $5 million. Most of that were very large projects that were partially started last year. They were carried forward into this current budget year. And so kind of the same story there. A lot of those projects will mostly be completed, or a big chunk of them this year. There were also some large expenditures in the first half of the year where you see on the expense side, the trend is up. A lot of that is some of the one-time expenses related to the bond projects where we have paid out of the operating budget for some of the soft costs related to those projects. So those are one-time expenses. On the transit fund, our revenues, there is usually always a timing difference on when our revenues actually come in on a full year basis. We have done a drawdown for some of the federal funds in the 3rd quarter. You will see that revenue tick up for the next quarter. Most of the revenues in the first half of the year are related to some of the state SMAP funding and then the revenues that we get from fares and ticket sales. On the expense side, we're pretty much on budget at 45.5% of our expenses for transit. There's a little bit of AP lag, so by the end of the year, they will likely be right on our budget target for the expenses.
My memory's not great, but why did our revenue estimate go up $300,000 from 19 to 20 in this fund?
I think there were some capital buses. I think there were some capital buses in the budget this year. Okay. Some one-time capital.
Okay.
You were talking, he was asking about revenues.
4 buses.
That's right.
It's the grants
he was
for those
asking-
buses.
Gotcha. That makes sense. That makes sense. I was sitting here trying to figure out what that was. Okay, thank
And
you.
I think most of those are 80-20 funding, 80% from federal and 20% from local match.
Gotcha.
That's correct, and all 3 of them on site, so hopefully by the 3rd quarter, all of that revenue, there's a possibility all that revenue should show up.
Thank you.
And there is a small fund balance appropriation in the transit fund of about $29,000, and most of that was carried forward, I think, from last year for those expenditures. On the Vibrant Fund, the 3-year historical trends are a little tricky on the Vibrant side, obviously, because we've now changed our operations there from a full-service operation here at the city to a lease. You'll notice the 1st quarter for FY19, that would be for July, August, and September of 2018, which were the last 3 full months that the city operated that fund. So that's why you're seeing a huge swing there from last year to our current year in FY20. And we are at 44.5% on the revenue side, so we're trending fairly well against the budget. And on the expense side, we have very little expenses outside of the debt service payments on the Vibrant side. The biggest chunk of that debt service payment you can see is paid here in the third quarter. And so that's mainly why our expenses are trending so low. So that'll look very different next quarter.
Different, will it be positive, I hope? I mean,
Well-
is that 1,882,000, that's a precise number, right?
For the debt service payment, yes.
I mean, we know exactly what that is.
Yeah.
One of the things that we have done with this fund is, as you'll recall, a few meetings back, we discussed the issue of getting the quarterly payments in, and the 15-day turnaround wasn't feasible. We've worked out in principle 45-day agreement there, and just dotting a few I's, crossing T's on that, and as well as lining up everything, and they're current on everything based upon that. And I would agree with what Shannon said earlier about the financial strength of the city, but if we could still have, and I'll speak a little bit that more at the end, but anyone listening, I'd encourage you to sign up for Vision for Hotwire. And if you don't do that, you're paying for it anyway because of the demand that it puts on the general fund of the city. And that would help our financial condition greatly if we had more customers. They're, I think, doing a better job than what we were before, but we still need to improve in that area.
And then on the Vibrant income statement, this is a little bit less significant than it used to be, simply because the majority of our operating revenue is now from the lease from Hotwire. And I'll show you actually some of the details in the drop in this number from quarter one to quarter two. So on the Hotwire broadband lease revenues, I've actually moved these into the quarter that they were actually earned. So the first quarter, our net check from Hotwire was $107,975. In quarter two, that went up to $129,000. You'll notice that most of that is the difference in the drop credits here. They did express to us that there was a little bit of a lag in some of the invoices, so some of that may or may not pick up in future quarters if those invoices finally come in to Hotwire. And then they took their first bad debt write-off since operating the lease, and that was approximately $12,000, and so that came out of the net check to the city as well. And then down below, I've given you the subscriber numbers that had come directly from Hotwire. You'll notice from July of 2019, the first month in this fiscal year, to December 2019, there is a net increase in their total customer counts.
I want to point something out there. The most important, if you look at the internet line, it's gone from 3,096 to 3,221. That's to pick up about 125 customers, round numbers. That's where we make our money, because we get a 70% piece of the revenue there, as opposed to 10% on video and voice, which is, as we all know, is going down. This is the most important thing economically we can do for the city. Is, I mean, we've got about 14,500 homes in the city, and so that's in the low 20s on the internet piece. And I know we all get, 8 to 10 pieces of mail from, or at least I do, from Spectrum every week. But as city manager pointed out, if the projections on Vibrant were a 40 to 45% market share, and we're in the low 20s. If we could work with Hotwire, do everything we can, we've talked about various ways to help them market it, and it deserves a discussion with them, and I think we're planning to get together with them, I hope. But if we get that number from the low 20s to the low 40s, that's millions of dollars. I mean, it's real money. And it's the most important thing that any citizen can do is, and plus service is better. It's cheaper and better. So it's just a marketing thing.
Thank you.
But that's a good trend, because the internet's where we want it to happen.
any other questions? So, do you have anything else?
That's it.
That's it?
The only thing I would add, just overall, I'm very excited, and I heard the news about our improved bond rating a couple of days ago, and that's fantastic news. I still have, as I've shared with some of you, concerns about our fund balance is in sound shape right now, but the projections we have going forward, and we're still working on the CIP, is seeing that number drop because revenues aren't keeping pace with our expenditures, and particularly the challenge we have in our personnel lines. And Shannon and I are still working on those numbers, and we'll be chatting with you soon about that. And I may have some individual conversations so there's not complete shock when we chat about this.
You've got me convinced this is going to be the hardest year ever.
That is true. That is true.
We have some unfunded state mandates to our personnel retirement.
And they are unfunded state mandates. However, I understand the reasoning behind these unfunded mandates. It has to do with maintaining the financial integrity of the retirement system. And in North Carolina's, the last time I looked, the local government retirement system, I think, was the third healthiest pension system in the country, public pension system, and that's a good thing. But to maintain that, you've got to increase money when you need to. But we have some challenges ahead, and we'll get that information to you later. But very good news with the improved bond rating.
Thank you. Anything else?
No, ma'am. Thank you.
Moving on to 19. The mayor's announcements. The Salisbury Fire Department will hold a memorial service to honor Victor Eisler and Justin Monroe Saturday, March 7th, 2020 at 8:30 a.m. at the Firefighters Memorial located at 1402 South Main Street. The Community Appearance Commission and the Salisbury Public Works Department will host Spring Clean 2020 on Saturday, March 21st, 2020. The check-in will be at City Hall located at 217 South Main Street from 8 a.m. until 2 p.m. In the back parking lot, City Hall. For more information, call Stephen Brown at 704-638-4481 or email sbrow@salisburync.gov. C. Ring in Spring will take place on Saturday, April 4th from 11 a.m. until 2 p.m. at Gateway Park, located at the corner of East Ennis and North Depot Streets. The alternate location for inclement weather is City Hall, Council Chambers. For more information, call Vivian Kuntz at 704-638-5294 or email bkoon@salisburync.gov. Indeed, the Salisbury Parks and Rec Department and the Hurley Park Advisory Board will host the annual Hurley Park Spring Celebration on Sunday, April 5th, 2020 from 2 p.m. until 4 p.m. at Hurley Park. For more information, call Daniel Cutting at 704-638-4459. Moving on to item 20, council's comments.
I just want to comment, there was, this past Thursday, a lot of events happening around the city, and I think one very important one that might have gotten missed was that we had the Community Appearance Commission and Tree Board Biennial awards. The theme was Leaping Forward, Planting Tomorrow's Seeds Today. Both commissions and boards did a great job in hosting. And what happens at this event is that we give out Landscape of the Month awards throughout the 2 years, as well as the Downtown Holiday Decoration Competition Awards, so to speak. So we got a chance to recognize and present all of those winners from 2018 and 2019, their awards. We had a great presentation from Mike and Diane Young, who have invested in downtown. They talked about developing downtowns and the importance of appearance and and tree canopies and things like that, and the liveliness of a community. So they talked to that. The tree board presented some emotional and significant awards at this. Over the last couple of years, the tree board has lost 2 of their members. So they named the Tree Steward Award after Judy McDaniel, and that went posthumously to John Sherrill III, who we lost this past year as well. And then we named the Best Tree Presentation Award after Mr. Johnny Safrit, and the Salisbury Rowan School System, the West Rowan Elementary School. So the principal, Chris Wolf, was there to accept that in their honor. Then there's also a mayor's award that happens every year, and that was presented to Mr. Bill Bergen for all his community work. So it was just a really nice evening. It really didn't get any publicity because there was conflicting events, and I just want to make sure that these people were recognized for all the work that they do to help it all fall together. So I just wanted to mention that happened. That's all.
Thank you, Cameron. I think it would be nice if our PR department would do something on that event, just to put on our, the awards and who the award winners. We could put it on the Access 16. I think because that's significant work by all those boards and their members over a long, long period of time.
Yes, and Diana Cummings just did a great job. She's I guess the staff liaison, the everybody's right arm, I think is what she was called that evening, and she really did a great job coordinating that. And if people want to follow the Salisbury Landscape of the Month Facebook page, you can see all those awards and pictures from that evening on that Facebook page as well.
That'd be great. Okay. Any other council comments? Mayor Pro Tem.
I just want to say again to Chief Parnell, I think, is he still here? Did he already leave? Well, just the incredible work done by our fire department rescuing the young man who fell 75 feet. I know that got national attention, was national news, but I mean, it just speaks to the level of training and professionalism that our first responders and that our police department that they have. So I just think that was just incredible work, and just don't want that to go unnoticed. So just thank you for everything.
One of those young firemen is actually a member of my church. So since his mother hadn't seen the article, and somebody brought in the Sunday paper with his picture on the front, so that was awesome. Great work. And that's all I have. And so now we're to number 23. Do I hear a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
All those in favor, aye?
Aye.
We are adjourned.
What a feat. That guy has